Welcome to The Moonbound Chronicles, Book 1, Luna's Claim by Lena Koch, Chapter 1. Guardian of the border, Zoe prowled the dense forest surrounding her pack's territory, her sharp emerald eyes scanning the undergrowth for movement. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and crimson as the nocturnal symphony began. For most wolves in her pack, the border was merely a boundary, a line that kept them safe from the outside world. For Zoe it was a sanctuary and a prison. Each step she took was measured and silent, her senses attuned to every rustle of leaves and distant chirp of crickets. This was her chosen duty, to patrol the edges of the pack's land, a role she had taken on willingly, though it was far beneath what she was truly capable of. Most wolves assumed she did it out of loyalty or a desire to protect. They didn't know the truth. Zoe had been hiding her true self for years. The shadows of the trees stretched long and twisted as the night deepened. She inhaled deeply, letting the myriad of scents fill her nose, the earthy aroma of pine, the dampness of moss, and the faint traces of prey. Her heightened senses, more refined than any ordinary wolf's, picked up a disturbance in the usual pattern of the forest. There was an intruder. Her pulse quickened as she crouched low, her fingers brushing the cool soil. Whoever had crossed into their land was either brave, foolish, or desperate. She moved swiftly, her movements fluid as she melted into the darkness. The scar over her left eyebrow tingled, a phantom sensation that always accompanied her readiness for battle. Her mind sharpened as adrenaline coursed through her veins. She was no longer just Zoe, the quiet wolf who kept to the fringes of pack life. In moments like this, she was the Alpha she was born to be, even if no one knew it. The scent grew stronger as she closed the distance, the trail fresh. The intruder was moving quickly, but not recklessly. Zoe's muscles coiled as she caught sight of a shadow darting between the trees. The figure was larger than she expected, a wolf in human form, their movements purposeful but burdened with fatigue. Without hesitation, Zoe launched herself forward, a blur of speed and precision. She tackled the figure to the ground, pinning them beneath her with practiced ease. Her knee dug into their chest as her claws pressed against their throat. "State your business," she growled, her voice low and threatening. The wolf beneath her struggled briefly, their silver eyes gleaming in the dim light. They rasped, but their words were cut off as Zoe pressed harder. "You have 5 seconds to explain why you've trespassed," she said, her emerald eyes narrowing. "Wait, please." The voice was rough, desperate. Zoe hesitated for a fraction of a second. The scent of blood reached her nose, and she realized the intruder was injured. She eased her grip slightly, but didn't release them. "You've got 3 seconds now." "I was being chased," the wolf gasped. "I mean no harm to your pack. Please, just let me—" A sudden shift in the air made Zoe tense. The faint sound of rustling leaves reached her ears. They weren't alone. Before Zoe could react, a group of shadows emerged from the trees, their movements too coordinated to be random. They were wolves, 5 of them in human form, clad in dark clothing that blended seamlessly with the night. Their eyes glinted with malice, and their stances were predatory. Zoe felt the wolf beneath her stiffen, their breathing ragged. "They found me," they murmured, their voice trembling with fear. Zoe rose to her feet, pulling the injured wolf up with her. "Who are they?" she demanded, her gaze never leaving the advancing figures. "Hunters," the wolf said, his voice hoarse. "They're after me." and if you stand in their way, they'll come for you too. Zoe's lips curled into a snarl. She had no intention of letting intruders, whether hunters or not, trespass on her pack's territory. Her sharp eyes assessed the situation. 5 against 1 wasn't ideal, but she'd faced worse odds before. The leader of the group stepped forward, his grin predatory. "Hand him over, girl, and we'll spare you." Zoe didn't flinch. "You're trespassing. Leave now or I'll make you regret it." The man laughed, a hollow sound. "Brave, aren't you? But I don't think you know who you're dealing with." Zoe's stance shifted, her claws elongating. "I don't care who you are. You've crossed the wrong border." The hunters moved as one, lunging toward her with predatory precision. Zoe met them head on, her movements a blur of speed and strength. She ducked under a sweeping strike, delivering a sharp blow to the attacker's ribs that sent him sprawling. Another came at her from the side, and she twisted, using his momentum against him to slam him into a tree. The injured wolf tried to help, but his weakened state made him more of a liability than an asset. Zoe growled in frustration as she dodged another attack, her focus split between protecting him and holding her ground. "Stay down!" she barked at him, her voice sharp. One of the hunters managed to land a blow, a sharp claw raking across Zoe's shoulder. Pain flared, but she didn't falter. Instead, she used the opening to land a devastating kick that sent the attacker flying. The fight dragged on, each movement precise and calculated. Zoe's mind raced as she analyzed her opponents. They were skilled, but not as strong as she was. She used her superior agility to outmaneuver them, her strikes swift and relentless. Finally, after what felt like hours, the last hunter fell. Zoe stood amidst the fallen intruders, her breathing heavy and her body aching. The injured wolf stared at her in awe, his silver eyes wide. "Who are you?" Zoe demanded, her voice laced with suspicion. The wolf hesitated before answering. "Andre," he said, his voice soft. "Thank you for saving me." Zoe narrowed her eyes. "Don't thank me yet. You've brought trouble to my pack, and I don't take kindly to that." Andre nodded, his gaze dropping. "I didn't mean to. I was just trying to escape them." Zoe sighed, running a hand through her dark hair. Her mind raced with questions. Who was Andre? Why were hunters after him? And what danger had he brought to her pack? "I'll take you back to the pack," she said finally. "But if you're lying to me, you'll wish those hunters had caught you." Andre nodded, his expression grim. "I understand." As they began the trek back to the pack's heart, Zoe couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of something far more dangerous than she had anticipated. Chapter 2. A Lone Wolf. Appears the forest was eerily quiet as Zoe led the injured wolf, Andre, back toward the heart of the pack's territory. The adrenaline from the fight still coursed through her veins, but now it was joined by a gnawing sense of unease. Every instinct told her that bringing this stranger to the pack was a mistake, but leaving him alone in the forest wasn't an option either. Andre stumbled, his movement sluggish. Zoe reached out to steady him, her sharp eyes scanning his face. He was pale, his breathing shallow, and blood stained the side of his torn shirt. "You're lucky to be alive," Zoe muttered, her tone sharp, but not unkind. Andre attempted a weak smile. "Wouldn't call it luck. Feels more like borrowed time." Zoe ignored his quip, her focus shifting to the forest around them. The hunters she'd fought were an anomaly. Trespassers were rare, and the level of coordination and malice they'd displayed unsettled her. It wasn't a random attack. They were after Andre specifically. The question was, why? "Who are you, really?" she asked, breaking the silence. Andre hesitated, his gray eyes flicking toward her before returning to the path ahead. "I told you my name is Andre. I'm just a lone wolf." Zoe stopped abruptly, forcing him to halt as well. She turned to face him, her emerald eyes hard and unyielding. "Don't insult my intelligence. Lone wolves don't usually have packs of hunters chasing them. Start talking, or I'll leave you here to fend for yourself." Andre held her gaze, his expression unreadable. For a moment, Zoe thought he might refuse, but then he sighed, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "I was part of a pack once," he said quietly. "A long time ago. Things went bad. I've been on my own ever since." Zoe's jaw tightened. "That's not an answer. Why were they hunting you?" Andre looked away, his expression shadowed. "I don't know for sure, but it has something to do with the Moonveil Order." The name sent a chill down Zoe's spine. She had heard whispers of the Moonveil Order, an elusive group shrouded in myth and fear. They were said to hunt shapeshifters, seeking to control or destroy them. The elders dismissed them as legends, cautionary tales to keep the pack vigilant. But Zoe had always sensed there was truth behind the stories. "You've brought the Order's attention to my pack," she said, her voice low and dangerous. Andre met her gaze, his expression filled with regret. "I didn't mean to. I was just trying to stay alive." By the time they reached the pack's territory, the first hints of dawn were creeping over the horizon. The settlement, a cluster of sturdy cabins surrounded by dense woods, was still quiet. Smoke rose from the chimneys, and the faint scent of cooking drifted through the air. As they entered, the first wolves stirring for the day paused to stare. Zoe felt the weight of their gazes, the unspoken questions and suspicions. She ignored them, focusing on guiding Andre toward the main cabin. Lucas appeared as if summoned by her thoughts, his sharp eyes narrowing when he saw Andre. Lucas was Zoe's closest confidant, a tracker wolf with an unrelenting loyalty to her. "Who's this?" he demanded, his tone cold. "His name is Andre," Zoe said curtly. "I found him near the border. He was being hunted." Lucas crossed his arms, his eyes never leaving Andre. "And you thought bringing him here was a good idea?" "I didn't have much of a choice," Zoe replied, her voice clipped. "He's injured, and the hunters are a bigger problem than he is." Andre bristled at the dismissive tone but said nothing. Lucas stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he studied Andre. "If he's trouble, we don't need him here." "Enough, Lucas," Zoe said, her tone leaving no room for argument. "I'll handle him. Just make sure the borders are secure." For a moment it seemed Lucas might protest, but then he nodded sharply. "Fine, but if this comes back to bite us, don't say I didn't warn you." Zoe led Andre to the infirmary, a small cabin where injured wolves were treated. The pack's healer, an older woman named Lena, raised an eyebrow when Zoe explained the situation, but didn't argue. She cleaned Andre's wounds in silence, her sharp eyes occasionally darting to Zoe, as if she wanted to ask questions but thought better of it. Afterward, Zoe brought Andre to an empty cabin at the edge of the settlement. It was sparse, but functional. A bed, a table, and a small stove. "This is where you'll stay," Zoe said, her tone brisk. "Don't go wandering around unless you want to give the pack another reason to distrust you." Andre nodded, his expression unreadable. "Thank you for everything." Zoe didn't respond. She turned and left, shutting the door firmly behind her. By midday, the pack was buzzing with rumors. Wolves whispered about the strange newcomer, and Zoe's decision to bring him in. Some were curious, but most were wary. Zoe wasn't surprised when Lucas found her later, his expression dark. "We need to talk," he said. "About what?" Lucas sighed, running a hand through his hair. "You know what? The pack's uneasy. They're already questioning why you brought him here." "I did what I thought was right," Zoe said, her voice calm but firm. "And what if you're wrong?" Lucas countered. "What if he's a danger to us?" Zoe met his gaze, her emerald eyes flashing. "I'll deal with it if that happens, but until then I need you to trust me." Lucas hesitated before nodding reluctantly. "Fine, but don't expect everyone else to feel the same way." That evening, Zoe returned to Andre's cabin. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, staring out the window. His injuries had been tended to, but he still looked weary. "Why are you here, Andre?" she asked, breaking the silence. He turned to her, his gray eyes heavy with something she couldn't quite place. "I told you, the Moonveil Order is after me. And now, they're probably after you too." "Why?" Andre hesitated. "Because I know something they don't want anyone else to know." Zoe's pulse quickened. "What is it?" He shook his head. "I can't tell you yet. Not until I know I can trust you." Zoe bristled. "You're in no position to make demands." "I'm not making demands," Andre said quietly. "I'm just trying to protect you." His words unsettled her more than she cared to admit. Chapter 3. Uneasy arrival. Andre's presence in the pack settlement was like a stone thrown into still water, sending ripples of tension through the community. The wolves of the pack weren't used to strangers, much less one with a mysterious past and enemies that could endanger them all. Zoe could feel their eyes on her every time she moved through the settlement, their unspoken questions heavy in the air. She ignored them, focusing instead on the immediate problem. Figuring out who Andre was, why the Moonveil Order was hunting him, and how much of a threat his presence posed to the pack. Zoe approached Andre's cabin early the next morning, the air crisp and cool. She knocked once before pushing the door open. Andre was sitting at the small table, his shirt discarded to reveal a network of scars across his lean frame. He looked up, his gray eyes meeting hers with a guarded expression. "Sleep well?" she asked, her tone neutral. "Well enough," Andre replied, his voice low and rough. "It's better than the forest." Zoe folded her arms. "We need to talk. If you're staying here, you'll need to pull your weight. The pack won't tolerate freeloaders." "I understand," Andre said, nodding. "What do you need me to do?" "For now, you'll help with patrols," Zoe said, "and stay out of trouble." Andre's lips twitched in what might have been the beginning of a smile. "I'll do my best." When Zoe assigned Andre to patrol the eastern border, she paired him with Lucas. It wasn't her first choice, but she needed someone she trusted to keep an eye on him. Lucas made no effort to hide his hostility. "Don't slow me down," he said gruffly as they started their patrol. Andre raised an eyebrow but said nothing, his movements smooth despite his injuries. The two men walked in tense silence, the forest alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant bird song. "What's your story?" Lucas asked abruptly after an hour of strained quiet. Andre glanced at him. "You don't trust me." "Not even a little," Lucas said flatly. "Zoe's too soft sometimes. She shouldn't have brought you here." Andre's jaw tightened, but he kept his voice calm. "She didn't have to. She could have left me to die." Lucas snorted. "Maybe she should have." The conversation ended there, the tension between them thick enough to cut with a knife. Back at the settlement, Zoe could hear the whispers wherever she went. Wolves murmured about the strange newcomer, their voices carrying through the air like leaves on the wind. Why did she bring him here? What if he's dangerous? He's hiding something. I can feel it. Zoe gritted her teeth and pushed forward, her expression carefully neutral. She couldn't afford to let their doubts affect her. As Alpha in hiding, she had spent years earning their trust. Now, she could feel that trust slipping away with every suspicious glance and hushed conversation. She found herself in the main lodge later that day, seated across from Anthony, her uncle, and one of the pack's senior advisors. His sharp features and graying hair gave him an air of authority that he wielded effortlessly. "This stranger you brought in," Anthony began, his tone measured. "The pack is uneasy." "I'm aware," Zoe said. Anthony leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "Why did you bring him here, Zoe? You've always been cautious. This doesn't seem like you." "He was injured," she replied, "and the ones hunting him could be a bigger threat than he is." Anthony studied her for a long moment, his dark eyes unreadable. "I hope you know what you're doing. The pack's loyalty isn't something you can take for granted." Zoe nodded, though her frustration simmered beneath the surface. Anthony's words were a reminder of the delicate balance she had to maintain, protecting the pack while keeping her true heritage a secret. The tension between Andre and the pack came to a head later that week during a training session. The pack held regular sparring matches to hone their skills, and Zoe decided it was time to see what Andre was capable of. The pack gathered in the clearing, their murmurs growing louder as Zoe stepped forward with Andre. "Today we're testing our reflexes," she announced. "Andre will join us." Lucas snorted from the sidelines. "This should be good." Zoe ignored him, turning to Andre. "Ready?" Andre nodded, his expression calm. Zoe paired him with a younger wolf named Callan, whose overconfidence often got him into trouble. The two squared off, and Zoe watched closely, her emerald eyes narrowed. Callan lunged first, his movements fast but sloppy. Andre dodged effortlessly, his body moving with a grace that belied his rough appearance. When Callan overextended, Andre struck, his movements precise and controlled. Within seconds, Callan was on the ground, gasping for breath. The pack fell silent. Andre extended a hand to Callan, helping him to his feet. "Good effort," he said, his voice even. Zoe hid a smile as she caught Lucas's stunned expression. That evening, Zoe found Andre sitting outside his cabin, staring up at the stars. She approached quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft earth. "You surprised them today," she said, leaning against a nearby tree. Andre didn't look at her. "I didn't mean to." Zoe crossed her arms. "You've had training, more than most wolves." Andre nodded. "My old pack trained me well. It's all I have left of them." Zoe studied him, her curiosity growing. "What happened to your pack?" For a long moment, Andre said nothing. Then in a voice barely above a whisper, he said, "They're gone. All of them." Zoe felt a pang of sympathy, but pushed it aside. "You're not telling me everything." "No," Andre admitted, his gray eyes meeting hers. "I'm not." "Why not?" "Because the truth might put you in even more danger than you already are." Zoe's frustration flared. "You don't get to decide what's too dangerous for me. This is my pack, my responsibility." Andre sighed, running a hand through his hair. "And that's exactly why I can't tell you. Not yet." Zoe clenched her fists but said nothing. Deep down, she knew Andre was hiding something important, and she was determined to uncover it, Chapter 4. Whispers of the Alfa Air. The pack was restless. Rumors spread like wildfire, whispered behind closed doors and shared in hushed tones under the cover of night. The newcomer, Andre, was at the heart of it all, but he wasn't the only topic of conversation. Whispers about Zoe herself had begun to circulate, fueled by her commanding presence and an instinctive authority that seemed to defy her supposed rank. Zoe felt the weight of those whispers pressing down on her, but she refused to let it show. She had spent years perfecting the art of appearing calm and collected, even when her world threatened to crumble around her. The morning began like any other, the crisp air carrying the earthy scent of pine and damp soil. Zoe stood at the edge of the training grounds, watching as pack members paired off to spar. Her sharp emerald eyes scanned the crowd, landing briefly on Andre, who stood at the periphery with an unreadable expression. Lucas approached her, his brow furrowed. "The pack's talking," he said without preamble. "They always are," Zoe replied, her tone clipped. Lucas frowned. "This is different. They're starting to question things. About you." Zoe's stomach tightened, but she kept her face impassive. "What are they saying?" "Nothing concrete," Lucas admitted. "Just wondering why you're not like the others, why you seem to lead without being a leader." Zoe's gaze hardened. "I've done nothing but protect this pack. If they want to talk, let them." Lucas hesitated. "You know, it's not that simple. Anthony's been stirring the pot. He's subtle about it, but I can see what he's doing." Of course, Zoe thought bitterly. Anthony had always been a thorn in her side, his charm and cunning masking his more self-serving tendencies. She had long suspected he wanted more power within the pack, though he had yet to make any overt moves. "I'll handle Anthony," she said firmly. That afternoon, Zoe found herself drawn to the forest. She often sought solitude among the trees, their quiet presence grounding her when the weight of her hidden identity became too much to bear. To her surprise, she wasn't alone. Andre was there, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. His silver-gray eyes met hers as she approached, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Didn't peg you as the brooding type," Zoe said, raising an eyebrow. Andre shrugged. "I could say the same about you." She stopped a few feet away, her arms crossed. "What are you doing out here?" "Thinking," he said simply, "and listening." "Listening to what?" Andre tilted his head, his expression thoughtful. "To the whispers, the way the pack talks about you. It's different." Zoe stiffened. "What do you mean?" "They respect you," Andre said. "But there's something more. They sense you're more than what you let on." Her heart skipped a beat, but she kept her voice steady. "They're just wary of someone stepping out of line. That's all it is." Andre studied her for a moment, his gaze piercing. "You're not a regular wolf, are you?" Zoe's jaw tightened. "I don't know what you're talking about." "You can deny it all you want," Andre said, his tone calm but insistent. "But I see it. The way you carry yourself, the way the others look at you, even when they're afraid to admit it." Zoe glared at him, her voice low and dangerous. "If you're trying to dig into my past, don't. You won't like what you find." Andre didn't back down. "Maybe, but whatever it is, it's tied to why you're so determined to protect this pack, and why you're willing to bring someone like me into it." Zoe turned sharply, her dark hair whipping behind her. "You know nothing about me." "I know enough," Andre called after her, his voice laced with something that sounded like understanding. Zoe's encounter with Andre left her rattled, but she had little time to dwell on it. By the time she returned to the settlement, she was greeted with news that Anthony had called a meeting of the Pack Council. Zoe entered the council chamber to find Anthony seated at the head of the table, his expression calm but his eyes gleaming with barely concealed ambition. The other council members, wolves who had served the pack for years, looked between them with varying degrees of curiosity and unease. "Zoe," Anthony said smoothly as she took her seat, "I was just telling the council about our newest guest." Zoe forced herself to remain composed. "What about him?" Anthony leaned forward, his hands folded on the table. "The pack is concerned. You brought a stranger into our midst without consulting the council. Some are wondering if that was the wisest decision." Zoe's eyes narrowed. "I did what I thought was necessary to protect the pack. Andre was injured and being hunted. Leaving him out there would have been a greater risk. And yet," Anthony said, his tone light but pointed, "his presence has caused quite a stir. The pack is already on edge, and this hasn't helped." Zoe's fists clenched under the table. "What are you suggesting?" "I'm merely advocating caution," Anthony said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "We can't afford to take unnecessary risks." "Bringing him in wasn't a risk. It was a calculated decision," Zoe shot back. Anthony spread his hands. "Of course, but the pack might feel more at ease if they knew more about him. Perhaps he should address them directly, explain himself." Zoe's heart sank. She knew what Anthony was doing, using the pack's unease to undermine her. "I'll take it under advisement," she said coldly. By the time the meeting ended, Zoe's temper was simmering just below the surface. She stormed out of the council chamber, her mind racing. Anthony's maneuvering was becoming more blatant, and the pack's growing unease about her and Andre was only giving him more leverage. As she stalked through the settlement, she nearly collided with Lucas, who grabbed her arm to steady her. "Hey," he said, his brow furrowed. "What's going on?" "Anthony," Zoe growled. "He's stirring up trouble." Lucas nodded grimly. "I've heard. He's clever, though. Never says anything outright, just enough to plant doubt." Zoe sighed, running a hand through her dark hair. "I don't have time for this. The pack is already under enough pressure without his games." Lucas hesitated before speaking. "Zoe, if you want people to trust you, you need to give them something to believe in. Right now, all they have are whispers." Zoe stared at him, his words striking a chord she wasn't ready to face. That night, Zoe found herself at Andre's cabin once again. He opened the door before she could knock, his expression unreadable. "Can't stay away, can you?" he said lightly. Zoe ignored his remark, stepping inside and closing the door behind her. "I need answers." Andre raised an eyebrow. "About what?" "The Moonveil Order," she said. "Why they're after you. Why they might come for my pack." Andre sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "They're looking for something they think I can lead them to." "What is it?" Andre hesitated. "An artifact, the lunar keystone." Zoe frowned, the name sparking a faint memory. "I've heard of it. An old legend." "It's more than a legend," Andre said, his tone serious. "It's real, and if they find it, it could give them power over every werewolf pack in existence." Zoe's blood ran cold. "And you know where it is?" Andre's expression darkened. "I might, but if they think your pack is connected to it, they won't stop until they've torn this place apart." Zoe's resolve hardened. "Then we'll make sure they don't get the chance." Chapter 5. The Hunting Party's Peril. The attack came without warning. The sun had barely risen when Zoe was roused by urgent knocking on her cabin door, She opened it to find Lucas standing there, his face pale and his usually sharp eyes wide with alarm. "The hunting party," he said, his voice tight with panic. "They've been ambushed." Zoe didn't need to ask for details. She grabbed her jacket and weapons, her mind racing as she followed Lucas toward the pack's central meeting grounds. The hunting party had ventured out at dawn to bring back food for the pack, and now they were under attack. Her stomach twisted with dread. The hunters she had fought at the border, the Moonveil Order, they were already making their move. The pack was in an uproar. Wolves in both human and lupine form milled around the clearing, their fear palpable. Zoe pushed her way through the crowd, her emerald eyes scanning for Dante, the elder who oversaw the pack's hunts. She found him near the edge of the clearing, his face lined with worry. "Dante," she said urgently, "what happened?" "A group of 5 hunters set out this morning," he said, his voice heavy. "They were ambushed on the far side of the territory. One of them managed to escape and came back to warn us, but the others are still out there." Zoe's jaw tightened. "Who escaped?" "Reed," Dante replied. Reed, a wiry young wolf with a knack for survival, was sitting nearby, clutching his arm, which was wrapped in a makeshift bandage. Zoe crouched in front of him, her tone firm but not unkind. "Reed, what happened?" His eyes darted to hers, his voice trembling. "We were tracking a deer. It was too easy. The trail led us straight into a trap. They came out of nowhere, wolves, but not like us. They had this unnatural strength." "Moonveil," Zoe muttered under her breath. Reed nodded. "They overwhelmed us. I barely got away. The others, they're still out there." Zoe rose to her feet, her mind made up. "I'm going after them." Lucas caught up with her as she made her way to the armory to prepare. "You're not going alone," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I wasn't planning to," Zoe replied, grabbing her gear. "But this is going to be dangerous. I need wolves I can trust." Lucas gave her a pointed look. "And you're bringing him?" Zoe turned to see Andre standing in the doorway, his gray eyes steady as he watched her. "I can help," he said simply. Lucas scoffed. "You've done nothing but bring trouble since you got here." "And I'm trying to make up for that," Andre shot back. Zoe stepped between them, her tone sharp. "Enough. We don't have time for this. Andre, if you're coming, keep up. Lucas, get the others ready." Lucas muttered something under his breath, but nodded, stalking off to rally the rescue team. The rescue party consisted of Zoe, Lucas, Andre, and 3 other wolves: Callan, a skilled scout; Mara, a fierce fighter and one of the pack's most experienced hunters; and Elise, a healer who insisted on coming despite the danger. They moved swiftly through the forest, their senses on high alert. Zoe led the way, her mind focused on the task at hand. The further they ventured into the woods, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The usual sounds of the forest were muted, replaced by an eerie silence that set Zoe's teeth on edge. "Something's not right," Andre murmured, his eyes scanning the trees. Zoe nodded, her hand tightening on the hilt of her weapon. "Stay sharp." They found the first member of the hunting party near a shallow creek, slumped against a tree. It was Nate, a burly wolf known for his strength and good humor. Now, his face was pale, and his breathing was shallow. Elise rushed to his side, her hands glowing faintly as she worked to stabilize him. "What happened?" Zoe asked, crouching beside him. Nate's eyes fluttered open, his voice barely a whisper. They took the others, headed north." "Who took them?" Zoe pressed. "Wolves," Nate said, his voice fading. "But wrong, not natural." Zoe exchanged a grim look with Lucas. "We're close," Andre said, his voice tense. Zoe nodded, rising to her feet. Let's move. The trail led them to a rocky outcrop overlooking a clearing. Below, a group of wolves stood in human form, their movements unnervingly precise. They were clad in dark clothing, their eyes gleaming with a feral intensity. Among them, 3 members of Zoe's pack were bound and kneeling, their heads bowed. Moonveil, Andre whispered, his expression grim. Zoe's jaw clenched. How many? Too many, Lucas muttered, his sharp eyes counting the figures. Zoe's mind raced. Charging in head first would be suicide, but leaving her packmates wasn't an option. She turned to Andre. You said you've faced them before. What are their weaknesses? Andre hesitated before replying. They rely on numbers and brute strength. If we can take out their leader, it might destabilize the group. Then that's our target, Zoe said, her voice firm. Lucas, Callan, circle around and create a distraction. Mara, you're with me. Andre, stay close. The plan unfolded quickly. Lucas and Callan's distraction drew several of the Moonveil wolves away, giving Zoe and her team a chance to strike. Zoe moved like a force of nature, her claws slicing through the air as she fought her way toward the captives. Mara was a whirlwind beside her, her movements precise and deadly. Andre proved himself as well, his strikes efficient and controlled. Zoe couldn't help but notice the ease with which he fought, as if he had been trained for moments like this. Their leader, a tall, wiry man with glowing blue eyes, noticed their approach and turned to face them. You must be the infamous Zoe, he said, his voice smooth and mocking. Zoe didn't reply. She lunged at him, her movements fueled by anger and determination. Their fight was brutal, each strike met with equal force. Finally, with a growl of fury, Zoe landed a blow that sent the leader sprawling. The other Moonveil wolves hesitated, their unity faltering without their leader's direction. Retreat! One of them shouted, and the group melted into the shadows, leaving their captives behind. By the time the dust settled, the captured wolves had been freed, and the rescue party was regrouping. Nate had been stabilized, and the others, though shaken, were alive. Zoe stood at the edge of the clearing, her body aching but her mind sharp. This isn't over, she said, her voice low. Andre stepped beside her, his expression unreadable. You handled yourself well. So did you, Zoe admitted. Their eyes met for a moment, unspoken understanding passing between them. Whatever lay ahead, Zoe knew one thing for certain: the pack was in more danger than ever. Chapter 6. Shadows of the Moonveil. The forest seemed darker after the attack. Even the light of day couldn't dispel the weight of what had happened. The rescue mission was a success. Zoe's packmates were alive, but the cost was heavier than anyone wanted to admit. The presence of the Moonveil Order was no longer a distant rumor or an isolated threat. It was here, encroaching on their territory, and it carried implications that made Zoe's stomach churn. Back in the settlement, the pack buzzed with tension. Wolves whispered in tight groups, their fear palpable. Zoe stood at the center of it all, her sharp emerald eyes scanning the faces of her packmates as she tried to gauge their mood. The attack had shaken them, and the unspoken question hung in the air. Could Zoe protect them? Zoe. She turned to see Lucas approaching, his expression grim. Behind him, Callan and Mara followed, their faces tight with worry. We need to talk, Lucas said, his voice low. Zoe nodded, motioning for them to follow her to a secluded spot near the edge of the settlement. When they were far enough away from the others, Lucas wasted no time. The pack is on edge, he said. They're scared, and I can't blame them. This wasn't a random attack. The Moonveil Order is targeting us. I know, Zoe said, her voice firm. That's why we need to act quickly. And do what exactly? Mara asked, crossing her arms. We don't even know what they want. Yes, we do, Andre said, stepping out of the shadows. His sudden appearance made Lucas bristle, but Zoe waved him down before he could speak. Andre's silver-gray eyes met Zoe's, his expression serious. They're after the lunar keystone. Zoe's packmates exchanged confused glances. The what? Callan asked. It's an ancient artifact, Andre explained. It's tied to werewolf packs, to our ability to shift. The Moonveil Order wants it because it would give them control over all of us. And you know this how? Lucas demanded, his tone sharp. Andre hesitated, his gaze flicking to Zoe. Because I've encountered them before. My old pack. They were destroyed because of it. The silence that followed was heavy. Zoe could feel the weight of their stares, the mix of suspicion and disbelief. Why didn't you tell us this sooner? Lucas asked, his voice like a blade. Because it's dangerous to know, Andre said, his tone steady. The more you understand about the keystone, the more of a target you become. Well, that's comforting, Mara muttered. Zoe raised a hand to quiet them. Enough. What matters now is figuring out how to stop them. Later that day, Zoe sought out Dante, the pack's eldest member and keeper of their lore. She found him in his usual spot near the council lodge, seated on a wooden bench with a book in hand. Dante, Zoe said, her voice careful. The old wolf looked up, his eyes twinkling with a mix of curiosity and weariness. Ah, Zoe, to what do I owe the pleasure? She sat beside him, her posture tense. I need to know about the lunar keystone. Dante's expression shifted, a shadow crossing his face. That's an old tale, one I haven't spoken of in years. Is it real? Zoe pressed. For a long moment, Dante was silent. Then he nodded slowly. Yes, it's real. And if the Moonveil Order is after it, then we are all in grave danger. What is it exactly? Zoe asked. Dante leaned back, his gaze distant as he spoke. The keystone is an ancient artifact, created long before our time. It is said to hold the essence of the moon's power, the force that allows our kind to shift between forms. It was entrusted to a single pack, meant to safeguard the balance between nature and magic. Which pack? Zoe asked, though a sinking feeling in her gut already told her the answer. Dante turned to her, his eyes piercing. Ours. Zoe's breath caught. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because the knowledge is dangerous, Dante said, and because the keystone's location has been lost for generations. But if the Moonveil Order believes we still have it, then they will stop at nothing to find it. Zoe left Dante feeling as if the ground had shifted beneath her feet. The keystone wasn't just a relic of her pack's history. It was a part of her heritage, tied to the bloodline she had been hiding for so long. The weight of that truth pressed down on her, threatening to suffocate her. She found herself wandering into the forest, seeking solace among the trees. The cool air and the rustling leaves helped to steady her racing thoughts. You look like you've seen a ghost. Zoe turned to see Andre leaning against a tree, his expression unreadable. What do you want? She asked, her tone sharper than she intended. To help, he said simply. Zoe sighed, running a hand through her dark hair. You keep saying that, but all you've done is bring trouble to my pack. Andre stepped closer, his gray eyes searching hers. And all you've done is protect them, even when it's cost you everything. We're not so different, Zoe. She looked away, her jaw tightening. You don't know anything about me. I know enough, Andre said. I know you're carrying a burden you think you have to bear alone. But you don't. His words struck a chord she didn't want to acknowledge. When Zoe returned to the settlement, she called a meeting with her closest allies, Lucas, Mara, and Dante. Andre joined them, though his presence still made Lucas bristle. "We need to find the keystone before they do," Zoe said, her tone firm. "If it's tied to our pack, there has to be some record of where it's hidden." Dante nodded thoughtfully. "The old archives might hold some clues, but they're scattered and incomplete. It will take time to piece together anything useful." "We don't have time," Lucas said. "The Order isn't going to wait." "We'll start with what we have," Zoe said. "Andre, you know their methods. Can you help us figure out their next move?" Andre nodded. "I'll do what I can." As the meeting ended, Zoe felt a chill run down her spine. The pack was mobilizing, preparing for a fight they didn't fully understand, but she couldn't shake the feeling that they were already one step behind. The Moonveil Order wasn't just after the keystone. They were after her. And if she couldn't stop them, the pack she had worked so hard to protect would be torn apart. Chapter 7. The Village of Ashes. The trail led them north, toward the edge of the pack's territory and beyond. The air grew colder as Zoe, Andre, Lucas, and Mara pushed deeper into the wilderness, their breaths visible in the crisp morning air. The weight of their mission pressed down on them. This wasn't just a reconnaissance trip. It was a search for answers about the Moonveil Order and their deadly intentions. According to Dante's fragmented records, a nearby village had been mysteriously destroyed decades ago. It was one of the last known places connected to the Keystone's history. The elders rarely spoke of it, but Zoe had heard the whispers as a child, of ruins haunted by the past, where the air itself carried secrets. Now, as they approached the remnants of the village, she understood why those whispers were tinged with fear. The village was a skeleton of its former self. Charred remains of wooden houses dotted the landscape, their frames blackened and twisted as if frozen in their final moments of destruction. The ground was littered with ash, and the scent of decay lingered in the air, faint but unmistakable. Zoe stepped carefully, her emerald eyes scanning the ruins. Every sense was on high alert, her instincts screaming that danger lurked nearby. "This place gives me the creeps," Lucas muttered, his sharp eyes darting from shadow to shadow. "Stay focused," Zoe said, her voice steady. "We're here for a reason." Andre crouched near what looked like the remains of a well, his gray eyes narrowing as he studied the ground. "These markings," he said, tracing a finger over a faint symbol etched into the stone. "They're not natural." Mara leaned in, her expression wary. "What is it?" Andre glanced at Zoe. "Moonveil sigils. They use them to mark territory, or claim something of value." Zoe's stomach churned. "Are you saying they've been here recently?" "Not recently," Andre said, "but this was definitely their doing." The group spread out, each of them searching the ruins for anything that might point to the keystone or the Moonveil Order's plans. Zoe found herself drawn to what remained of a large building at the village's center. Its stone foundation was still intact, and the faint outlines of a doorway and windows suggested it had once been important. Inside, the air was cooler, the shadows deeper. Zoe's eyes adjusted quickly as she scanned the room. Her gaze landed on a cluster of symbols carved into the far wall, similar to the ones Andre had found. She ran her fingers over them, her pulse quickening as she recognized one of the patterns. The same symbol had been etched into the stone marker at the heart of her pack's territory. "This place was connected to my pack," she said aloud, her voice echoing in the empty space. Andre appeared beside her, his expression grim. "And to the keystone." "What do these symbols mean?" she asked, her tone sharp. Andre hesitated, his gaze fixed on the markings. They're protective wards, or at least they were. Whoever destroyed this village broke them. That's why the Order was able to get in. Which means they know about the connection to the keystone, Zoe said, her stomach sinking. The tension was palpable as the group reconvened in the center of the village. Lucas was the first to speak, his voice low. We've got company. Zoe followed his gaze to the edge of the ruins, where shadows moved between the trees. At first it was hard to tell how many there were, but the glint of eyes and the sound of soft footfalls confirmed it. Moonveil wolves. They've been watching us, Andre muttered, his jaw tightening. Then let's give them a reason to regret it, Mara growled, her claws already elongating. Zoe raised a hand, her voice calm but commanding. Hold. We don't know how many there are. We need a plan. But the Moonveil wolves didn't give them time to plan. With a burst of movement, they emerged from the shadows, their forms shifting mid-lunge. There were 6 of them, their eyes glowing unnaturally as they charged. Defensive positions, Zoe shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. The clearing erupted into chaos as claws clashed against claws and snarls filled the air. Zoe fought with precision, her movements a blend of strength and strategy. She ducked under a swipe, aimed at her head, delivering a powerful kick that sent her attacker sprawling. Nearby, Lucas was a blur of motion, his ferocity unmatched as he took on 2 wolves at once. Mara fought with her usual ruthlessness, her claws tearing through her opponent's defenses. Andre stayed close to Zoe, his movements controlled and efficient. He fought like someone who had spent years surviving against impossible odds, each strike calculated to incapacitate rather than kill. Despite their skill, the Moonveil wolves were relentless. Their attacks were coordinated, as if driven by a single mind. They're stronger than normal, Lucas growled, his back against Zoe's as they fended off attackers. They've been enhanced, Andre said grimly, slamming a wolf to the ground. The Order does that to their elite soldiers. Great, Mara muttered, panting as she dodged a swipe, because regular wolves weren't bad enough. The fight felt like it lasted an eternity, but eventually, the Moonveil wolves began to falter. One by one, they retreated into the shadows, leaving the clearing eerily quiet once more. Zoe stood in the center of the ruins, her chest heaving as she surveyed the aftermath. Her packmates were battered but alive. Andre approached, wiping blood from his face. That was a scouting party. The main force won't be far behind. Zoe's jaw tightened. Then we need to move fast. As they prepared to leave, Zoe's gaze fell on a partially buried object near the edge of the clearing. She crouched, brushing away the dirt to reveal a small circular medallion etched with the same symbols as the wall. "What's this?" she murmured. Andre knelt beside her, his expression darkening. "That's a key. It's used to unlock certain wards, like the ones that protect the keystone's location." Zoe's pulse quickened. Then we're on the right track. She pocketed the medallion, her mind racing. The Moonveil Order was closing in, but so was she. The battle for the keystone had only just begun, and she would do whatever it took to protect her pack. Chapter 8, Secrets of the Ancients. The tension in the pack settlement was almost tangible when Zoe, Andre, Lucas, and Mara returned. Their injuries were minor, but the weight of what they had learned, and what they were still up against, was a burden none of them could ignore. Zoe kept her grip tight on the medallion she had found in the ruins of the village, her mind racing with possibilities. The artifact was the first solid clue they had to the location of the lunar keystone, and while it was a small victory, it was overshadowed by the looming threat of the Moonveil Order. Word of their skirmish with the Moonveil wolves spread quickly through the settlement. Wolves gathered in small groups, their murmurs barely audible but filled with tension. The atmosphere was heavy with fear and doubt, and Zoe could feel the weight of their stares as she walked toward the council lodge. Lucas caught up with her, his sharp eyes scanning the restless crowd. "They're scared," he said bluntly. "I know," Zoe replied. "And Anthony's not helping," Lucas added, his tone dark. "He's been stirring things up while we were gone." Zoe's jaw tightened. Anthony's constant undermining was the last thing the pack needed, especially now. As they approached the lodge, Anthony himself emerged, his sharp features twisted into a mask of concern that Zoe immediately recognized as calculated. "Zoe," he said smoothly, his dark eyes glinting. "I heard about your encounter. Are you all right?" "We're fine," Zoe said curtly, brushing past him. Anthony followed, his voice dripping with false sympathy. "The pack is worried, you know. They're questioning whether bringing that outsider into our midst was the right decision." Zoe stepped closer, her emerald eyes blazing. "Then stay out of my way." Once inside the council lodge, Zoe found Dante waiting for her. The elder wolf sat at the long table, his expression thoughtful as he turned the medallion over in his hands. "This is an old piece," he said, his voice filled with reverence. "Very old." "Can you read it?" Zoe asked, her tone urgent. Dante nodded. "The symbols are ancient, but they're familiar. This medallion is part of a key, a fragment of a larger mechanism that protects the keystone's location. If I'm right, there are 3 pieces in total." Zoe frowned. "Do you know where the other pieces are?" Dante hesitated. "There are stories, legends. One speaks of a hidden chamber beneath the Silver Hollow, a place where our ancestors stored artifacts of great importance. If the stories are true, one of the pieces might be there." "Silver Hollow," Zoe repeated, the name sparking a faint memory. It was a place deep in the forest, rarely visited and shrouded in mystery. "It won't be unguarded," Dante warned. "The defenses placed there were meant to deter even the most determined intruders." Zoe left the lodge with a renewed sense of purpose. If the Silver Hollow held another piece of the key, she needed to retrieve it before the Moonveil Order got there first. She gathered her team in the main square: Lucas, Mara, Andre, and Elise. The latter had insisted on joining despite the dangers, her role as the pack's healer giving her a unique understanding of the wards and traps they might face. "We're heading to the Silver Hollow," Zoe announced. "It's dangerous, but we need to find the second piece of this key." Lucas nodded, his expression grim. "We'll be ready." Andre's gray eyes met hers. "Do you think the Order knows about this place?" Zoe hesitated. "I don't know, but we can't take any chances." The forest grew denser as they traveled, the trees towering overhead and blocking out most of the sunlight. The air was cool and damp, and the sound of their footsteps was muffled by the thick carpet of moss and leaves. Zoe led the way, her senses on high alert. Every rustle of leaves, every distant bird call put her on edge. The Moonveil Order's attack on the village had left her wary, and she couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. As they neared Silver Hollow, the atmosphere shifted. The air felt heavier, charged with an almost palpable energy. The trees seemed older here, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. "This place is unsettling," Mara said, her voice hushed. "It's supposed to be," Dante had told them before they left. The hollow was designed to keep intruders out, and its secrets in. The entrance to the chamber was hidden beneath a massive stone outcrop, almost completely concealed by thick vines and moss. It took all of them working together to clear the way, revealing a set of ancient stone steps descending into darkness. "Stay close," Zoe said as they entered, her voice echoing in the narrow passage. The chamber below was vast and eerily silent, the air cool and stale. The walls were lined with intricate carvings depicting wolves in various forms, their eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, and atop it rested an object that glinted faintly in the torchlight. A medallion, identical to the one Zoe had found in the village. "We found it," Lucas said, his voice filled with relief. "Not so fast," Andre warned, his eyes scanning the room. "This feels too easy." Zoe stepped forward cautiously, her emerald eyes narrowing as she studied the pedestal. Sure enough, faint lines etched into the floor formed a pattern around it, warding symbols, similar to the ones they had seen in the village. "Traps," Elise murmured, her voice barely audible. "Can you disarm them?" Zoe asked. Elise nodded, though her expression was tense. "I'll try." As Elise worked to neutralize the wards, the air around them seemed to hum with energy. Zoe could feel the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end, a clear sign that something was happening. "Elise, hurry," Mara said, her voice tight. "I'm almost there," Elise replied, her hands moving quickly over the glowing symbols. Suddenly the room trembled, and a deep growl echoed through the chamber. From the shadows, forms began to emerge, shadowy wolves, their eyes glowing an unnatural blue. "Defend her!" Zoe shouted, drawing her claws. The shadow wolves attacked without hesitation, their movements swift and unnatural. Zoe fought with everything she had, her claws slicing through the dark forms only for them to reform moments later. "These things don't stay down," Lucas shouted, his voice strained. "We need to hold them off until Elise finishes," Zoe yelled back. Andre moved with precision. His strikes aimed to distract rather than destroy. "Their focus is on the medallion," he said. "If we can get it, they might stop." "Almost done." "Almost done!" Elise called out, her voice filled with determination. With a final surge of effort, Elise deactivated the ward. The glowing symbols faded, and the medallion fell into Zoe's hands. The shadow wolves froze, their forms flickering before they dissolved into nothingness. As the group caught their breath, Zoe studied the medallion. It was identical to the first, but the symbols etched into its surface seemed to shift as she held it. "What now?" Lucas asked, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "We keep going," Zoe said firmly. "We're one step closer to the keystone, but the Moonveil Order won't stop. Neither can we." Andre stepped beside her, his gray eyes steady. "You're carrying a heavy burden, Zoe, but you're not carrying it alone." Zoe glanced at him, her lips pressing into a thin line. "Let's hope you're right." Chapter 9. Whispers of Betrayal. The trek back to the Pack's settlement from Silver Hollow was a silent one. The tension in the air was as thick as the mist that clung to the forest floor. The medallion in Zoe's pocket felt heavier with every step, as if it carried the weight of the secrets it held. Despite their victory in retrieving the second piece, Zoe couldn't shake the unease settling in her chest. Something was wrong within the Pack, and she had the sinking feeling it wasn't just the Moonveil Order closing in. By the time they reached the settlement, the Pack was buzzing with activity. Wolves darted from one place to another, their movements brisk and purposeful. The attack on the hunting party had left everyone on edge, and rumors of the Moonveil Order's involvement had only worsened the tension. Zoe caught snippets of conversation as she walked through the square. They say she's hiding something. Do you think she even knows what she's doing? The outsider. It's his fault. He's brought this on us. Zoe clenched her fists, her emerald eyes scanning the crowd. The whispers weren't just about Andre anymore. They were about her. Lucas appeared at her side, his expression grim. They're turning, Zoe, slowly but surely. I know, she said, her voice low. We need to address this before it spirals out of control. Lucas hesitated. You think Anthony's behind it? Zoe's jaw tightened. I'd bet my life on it. Zoe didn't wait for the whispers to fester further. She found Anthony in the council lodge, sitting at the long table with several senior pack members. His sharp features lit up in a smile that didn't reach his eyes when she entered. Zoe, he said smoothly. What a surprise. I'm not here for pleasantries, Anthony, she said, her tone sharp. Anthony gestured to the empty seat across from him. Then by all means, sit. Tell us what's on your mind. Zoe remained standing, her emerald eyes locking with his. I know what you've been doing. Spreading doubt, questioning my decisions, undermining me at every turn. The other council members exchanged uneasy glances, but Anthony remained calm. I've done no such thing, he said, his voice dripping with feigned innocence. I've merely voiced concerns that many in the pack share. They deserve answers, Zoe. Don't you agree? Zoe took a step closer, her voice low and dangerous. If you want answers, ask me directly. Don't play games behind my back. Anthony leaned back in his chair, his dark eyes glinting. Very well. Here's a question for you. Why are we putting the pack at risk for an outsider? Why are we chasing after artifacts and legends when the real threat is already at our borders? Because those legends are the key to stopping the Moonveil Order, Zoe snapped. If we don't act now, there won't be a pack left to protect. Anthony's smile widened, but there was no warmth in it. Or perhaps the real threat isn't the Moonveil Order. Perhaps it's your inability to lead. The words were like a slap, but Zoe didn't flinch. If you think you can do better, Anthony, say so now. Challenge me outright, instead of hiding behind your whispers. Anthony's expression darkened, but he said nothing. That's what I thought, Zoe said, her voice icy. Stay out of my way. As Zoe left the lodge, she felt a shadow at her side. It was Lucas, his brow furrowed as he matched her stride. That went about as well as expected, he muttered. Anthony's not going to stop, Zoe said, her voice low. He's waiting for the right moment to make his move. Lucas glanced around to make sure no one was listening. If you're right, we need to be ready, but Zoe, not everyone will side with you. Zoe stopped, turning to face him. Are you saying you won't? Lucas's expression softened. You know where my loyalty lies. But the pack is scared. They don't know about your past, about what you're really fighting for, and the more Anthony stirs the pot, the harder it'll be for them to trust you. Zoe's jaw tightened. I'll deal with Anthony, but first, we need to focus on finding the final piece of the key. Lucas nodded, but his concern lingered. Back at her cabin, Zoe found Andre waiting on the porch. His gray eyes met hers as she approached, and he gave her a faint smile. How did it go? He asked. Anthony's doing his best to sow chaos, Zoe said, sitting beside him, but I won't let him win. Andre nodded, his expression thoughtful. The pack's been through a lot. It's no surprise they're looking for someone to blame. And you're the easiest target, Zoe said. Andre smirked. I've been called worse. Zoe sighed, leaning back against the railing. You've been quiet about your past, but if I'm going to trust you to help me lead this pack, I need to know the truth. Andre hesitated, his gaze dropping to his hands. For a long moment, Zoe thought he might refuse, but then he spoke. "My old pack was destroyed because of me," he said quietly. "The Moonveil Order found us because I led them there." Zoe's breath caught. "Why?" Andre's voice was heavy with guilt. "I thought I could outsmart them. They promised to leave us alone if I gave them information about the keystone. I didn't realize they'd use it to destroy us." Zoe stared at him, her emotions warring between anger and understanding. "Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" "Because I didn't want to give you another reason to doubt me," Andre said, his gray eyes meeting hers. "But I won't make the same mistake again. I'm here to help you, Zoe, whatever it takes." Zoe studied him for a long moment before nodding. "Then let's make sure neither of us makes the same mistake twice." Later that night, as Zoe prepared for the next step in their journey, she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her. The shadows outside her cabin seemed darker, the air heavier. When she stepped outside, her instincts flared. She caught a faint scent on the wind, familiar and out of place. Anthony. Zoe's heart pounded as she realized the truth. Anthony wasn't just undermining her leadership. He was working against her. And if her suspicions were correct, he wasn't acting alone. The betrayal she had feared wasn't just a whisper anymore. It was a storm on the horizon, and it was coming for her. Chapter 10. The raising tension. The pack's settlement was alive with an undercurrent of unrest. Fear lingered in the air, thick and palpable, as the wolves whispered among themselves. Zoe felt it everywhere she went. The sideways glances, the hushed conversations that stopped when she entered a room, the attack on the hunting party, and the rising threat of the Moonveil Order had shaken them. But it was more than that. Anthony's manipulation was bearing fruit. Zoe walked through the square, her emerald eyes scanning the wolves as they busied themselves with tasks, repairing cabins, sharpening weapons, and preparing defenses. On the surface, it looked like a pack united in the face of danger, but Zoe could feel the fractures beneath the surface. Lucas caught up with her as she approached the training grounds, his sharp eyes betraying his unease. "They're nervous," he said, his tone low enough that only she could hear. "They should be," Zoe replied. "The Moonveil Order is coming." Lucas shook his head. "It's not just that. They're nervous about you, about Andre, about everything." Zoe's jaw tightened. "And Anthony's using that to his advantage." Lucas nodded grimly. "He's careful not to say anything outright, but he doesn't have to. The doubt's already there." Zoe stopped walking, her emerald eyes locking onto Lucas's. "What would you have me do? Challenge him? Call him out in front of the pack? That's exactly what he wants, to paint me as unstable, unfit to lead." Lucas hesitated, then sighed. "I don't have the answers, Zoe. I just know the pack needs something to believe in, and right now, they're not sure if that's you." The words stung, but Zoe knew they were true. Andre was waiting at the edge of the training grounds, his gray eyes scanning the sparring wolves. His presence still drew distrustful glances, though he pretended not to notice. Zoe joined him, her arms crossed. "You're not making many friends." Andre smirked faintly. "Never been great at small talk." Zoe rolled her eyes, but her expression softened. "They'll come around, eventually." "Will they?" Andre asked, his tone serious. Zoe didn't answer. Instead, she turned her attention to the wolves sparring nearby. Callan and Mara were locked in a fierce match, their movements precise and controlled. Zoe couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride. Despite everything, Her pack was strong. "Do you think they'll be ready?" Andre asked, breaking the silence. Zoe glanced at him. "They have to be." That evening, Zoe called a meeting in the main lodge. The air was thick with tension as the pack gathered, filling the large room with bodies and anxious energy. Wolves stood in small groups, their murmurs hushed but persistent. Zoe stood at the head of the room, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Lucas stood to her right, his presence steady and reassuring. On her left was Andre, his posture relaxed, but his gray eyes sharp. Anthony lingered near the back of the room, flanked by a handful of senior pack members. His expression was calm, almost smug, and Zoe felt her frustration bubble beneath the surface. "We need to talk about what's happening," Zoe began, her voice strong and clear. "The Moonveil Order isn't a rumor or a distant threat. They're here, and they're targeting us." Murmurs rippled through the crowd, but Zoe pressed on. "They want something we have," she continued, "something tied to our pack's history. The lunar keystone is real, and it's the key to stopping them." Her words hung in the air like a storm cloud. "How do we know this isn't just a wild chase?" one wolf called out. "We've already fought their soldiers," Zoe replied. "We've seen their power. If we don't act now, they'll destroy us." "And what about the outsider?" Another voice chimed in, this one sharper. "How do we know he isn't leading them to us?" All eyes turned to Andre, whose expression remained calm despite the accusation. "I'm here to help," Andre said, his voice steady. "I made mistakes in the past, but I won't let them happen again. I care about this pack as much as you do." "Easy to say," someone muttered. "That's enough," Zoe snapped, her emerald eyes blazing. "Andre has risked his life for this pack. If you can't see that, then you're blind to the real enemy." Anthony stepped forward, his voice smooth and calculated. "No one doubts your intentions, Zoe, but the pack needs to feel safe, and right now they're not sure they can." The room fell silent, the unspoken accusation hanging in the air. After the meeting, Zoe retreated to the training grounds, needing space to think. The night air was cool, the stars scattered across the sky like shards of glass. Lucas found her there, his footsteps soft on the grass. "You handled that well," he said. "Did I?" Zoe muttered, her arms crossed. "Because it feels like I'm losing them." Lucas hesitated. "Anthony's good at what he does, but you're stronger. They'll see that." Zoe sighed. "I don't know if it's enough." "It will be," Lucas said firmly, "because it has to be." Later that night, Zoe found herself pacing in her cabin, her mind racing. The pack was fracturing, and the Moonveil Order was closing in. Every instinct told her that time was running out. A faint knock at the door pulled her from her thoughts. She opened it to find Andre standing there, his expression serious. "We need to talk," he said. "What is it?" Zoe asked, stepping aside to let him in. Andre hesitated, then handed her a folded piece of paper. "I found this near the border earlier. It's from the Moonveil Order." Zoe unfolded the paper, her blood running cold as she read the words. "The pack is already divided. Soon it will fall." "They're trying to break us," Zoe said, her voice tight. Andre nodded. "And it's working." Zoe clenched her fists. "Not for long. If they think they can destroy this pack, they're in for a fight they won't survive." As the night stretched on, Zoe stood outside staring into the forest. The Moonveil Order was closer than ever, and her pack was on the brink of collapse. But Zoe wasn't ready to give up. She would fight for her pack, for the keystone, for everything she had built. And she would win. Chapter 11. The Council's Clash. The council chamber was heavy with tension, the air thick with unspoken accusations and simmering resentments. Zoe stood at the head of the table, her emerald eyes scanning the room. The senior members of the Pack Council sat before her, their faces a mix of apprehension, skepticism, and barely concealed hostility. Anthony lounged in his chair, his sharp features composed into an expression of feigned concern. He had become a master at masking his true intentions, but Zoe knew better than to take his apparent calm at face value. This meeting was his doing, she was sure of it. A calculated move to challenge her authority under the guise of discussing the Pack's future. "Thank you all for coming," Zoe began, her voice firm but measured. "I've called this meeting to address the growing concerns within the Pack. I understand that tensions are high, but we need to stay united if we're going to survive what's coming." Anthony leaned forward, his dark eyes glinting. "And what exactly is coming, Zoe? You've spoken of the Moonveil Order as if they're an imminent threat, but all we've seen are scattered attacks. Is this really a war, or are we chasing shadows?" The murmur of agreement that rippled through the room made Zoe's stomach tighten. "I've fought their soldiers," Zoe said, her tone sharp. "They're organized, enhanced, and relentless. The attacks we've seen are only the beginning. If we don't act, they'll tear this Pack apart." "And yet," Anthony countered smoothly, "you've dragged us into this search for a mythical artifact, the lunar keystone, without any proof that it even exists. How can we trust you to lead us when your focus is on chasing legends instead of protecting the Pack?" Zoe's jaw tightened, her fists clenched at her sides. "The keystone is real. I've seen the evidence, and so has Dante." All eyes turned to Dante, who sat quietly at the end of the table. The elder wolf cleared his throat, his voice calm but firm. "The lunar keystone is no myth. It is a part of our history, tied to this Pack's very existence. If the Moonveil Order seeks it, their intentions are not benign." Anthony's smile faltered, but he quickly recovered. "Even if it is real, what makes you think we're better off chasing it? You're putting us in more danger with every step you take." Zoe took a step forward, her voice cutting through the room like a blade. "And what would you suggest, Anthony? That we sit back and wait for the Order to destroy us? If you have a better plan, let's hear it." Anthony hesitated, the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes betraying him for a moment. "I only suggest caution," he said finally. "Rushing into danger without a clear plan is reckless." The argument escalated, voices rising as council members took sides. Some supported Zoe, recognizing her strength and determination to protect the Pack. Others, swayed by Anthony's charisma and calculated words, voiced doubts about her leadership. Lucas, standing silently by the door, finally stepped forward. "Enough," he said, his voice firm. "This division is exactly what the Moonveil Order wants. If we can't come together now, we're doomed before the real fight even begins." The room fell silent, Lucas's words hanging heavy in the air. Zoe took a deep breath, steadying herself. "Lucas is right. We can't afford to fight among ourselves. The Order is coming, whether we're ready or not. And if we don't stand together, they'll destroy everything we've built." Anthony's expression remained neutral, but Zoe could see the calculation in his eyes. He was weighing his next move, deciding whether to push further or retreat for now. The tension was broken by the sudden arrival of Andre, who strode into the room with urgency etched into his features. His gray eyes swept over the council before landing on Zoe. "We need to talk," he said, his voice low but insistent. Zoe frowned. "This isn't a good time, Andre." "It can't wait," he replied, his tone brooking no argument. The council murmured among themselves, their curiosity piqued. Anthony leaned back in his chair, a smug smile playing at his lips. "It seems your outsider has something important to share." Zoe shot Anthony a glare before turning to Andre. "What is it?" Andre hesitated, glancing at the gathered council. "It's about the Moonveil Order. We've intercepted a message." Andre handed Zoe a folded piece of paper. She opened it, her eyes scanning the contents quickly. Her expression darkened as she read. "The pack fractures under the weight of mistrust. The time to strike is near. Prepare to move on their borders." "This was found near the southern boundary," Andre said. "They're watching us, waiting for the perfect moment to attack." The room erupted into chaos as council members began shouting over one another. "How can we fight them if they already know our weaknesses? We're not ready for a full-scale attack. Isn't this exactly what Zoe warned us about?" Zoe raised her hand, her voice cutting through the noise. "Enough!" The room fell silent as all eyes turned to her. "This is what I've been trying to tell you," she said, her voice strong and unwavering. "The Moonveil Order is targeting us because they know we're divided. They're counting on us to tear ourselves apart before they even strike. We can't let that happen." Anthony stood, his expression calm, but his tone laced with menace. "If what this message says is true, then perhaps it's time we reconsidered our leadership. The pack needs someone who can unify us, not lead us into chaos." Zoe's emerald eyes blazed as she stepped closer to him. "If you think you can do better, Anthony, then challenge me outright. Otherwise, stop hiding behind your words and start contributing to the solution." The room held its collective breath as the two locked eyes, the tension between them crackling like a storm about to break. Anthony smiled faintly, inclining his head. "I have no intention of challenging you, Zoe. I only want what's best for the pack." "Then act like it," Zoe said coldly. As the meeting ended, Zoe gathered her closest allies, Lucas, Mara, and Andre, in a private room. The intercepted message was spread out on the table before them. "They're planning something big," Zoe said, her voice heavy with determination. "We need to prepare for the worst." Lucas nodded. "The pack needs a clear plan, something to rally behind." "I agree," Mara said, "but we also need to deal with Anthony. He's a problem we can't ignore." "I'll handle Anthony," Zoe said firmly. "Right now, our focus has to be on fortifying the settlement and finding the final piece of the key." Andre leaned forward, his gray eyes steady. "I know you don't trust me completely, but I'll do whatever it takes to help. The Moonveil Order is counting on us to fail. Let's prove them wrong." Zoe met his gaze, her resolve hardening. "We will." That night, as Zoe stood at the edge of the settlement staring out into the dark forest, she couldn't shake the feeling that time was slipping away. The Moonveil Order was closing in, and the fractures within her pack were widening. But Zoe was no stranger to impossible odds. She clenched her fists, her emerald eyes blazing with determination. She would fight for her pack, no matter the cost, and she would win. Chapter 12. Diana's distrust. The days following the council meeting were marked by a fragile, uneasy calm. The pack worked tirelessly to prepare for the looming threat of the Moonveil Order, but the cracks in their unity were glaring. Zoe felt the weight of her pack's unease pressing down on her with every passing moment. Among the pack, one voice of dissent rose louder than most: Diana. A skilled fighter with sharp instincts and a keen mind, Diana had always been respected, even admired. But her growing mistrust of Zoe and Andre had become impossible to ignore. Zoe knew she needed to confront Diana before her skepticism spread further, threatening the tenuous unity the pack so desperately needed. Zoe found Diana in the training grounds early one morning, the rising sun casting a warm glow over the clearing. Diana was sparring with another wolf, her movements precise and controlled. Her opponent, a younger wolf, was struggling to keep up, but Diana's strikes were measured, her control evident. "Diana," Zoe called out, her voice calm but firm. Diana paused mid-motion, stepping back from her opponent. She turned to face Zoe, her dark eyes cool and guarded. "Zoe," she said, wiping sweat from her brow, "to what do I owe the honor?" Zoe ignored the faint edge in her tone. "We need to talk, alone." Diana raised an eyebrow but nodded. She motioned for her opponent to leave, then crossed her arms as she faced Zoe. "What's on your mind?" "I've heard the things you've been saying," Zoe began, her emerald eyes steady. "Your doubts about me, about Andre. I need to know where you stand." Diana's lips pressed into a thin line. "You want the truth? Fine. I don't trust him, and I'm starting to wonder if I can trust you." Zoe's stomach tightened, but she forced herself to remain calm. "Why?" "Because you've been keeping secrets," Diana said bluntly. "About the keystone, about your past. You expect us to follow you blindly, but you haven't given us a reason to believe you. And then there's Andre. He's an outsider, Zoe. He doesn't belong here." "He's proven himself," Zoe said, her tone sharp. "Has he?" Diana countered. "Or is he just waiting for the right moment to betray us?" Zoe took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay composed. "I understand your concerns, Diana, but you're wrong about Andre. He's risked his life for this pack. And as for me, yes, I've kept things from you, not because I don't trust you, but because the truth could put all of you in even greater danger." Diana's expression remained hard. "We're already in danger, Zoe. We deserve to know what we're fighting for." "You're fighting for your pack," Zoe said firmly. "For your family, your home. The keystone is a part of that fight. It's tied to our pack's history, my history. And if we don't find it before the Moonveil Order does, everything we've built will be lost." Diana studied her for a long moment, her gaze searching. "Then prove it. Show me why I should trust you." Zoe met her gaze, her voice steady. "Come with me. Help me find the last piece of the key. See for yourself what we're up against." Diana hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Fine. But if you're lying to us, Zoe, you'll lose more than my trust." Later that day, Zoe gathered her team, Lucas, Andre, Mara, Elise, and now Diana, in the main lodge. The second medallion rested on the table, its symbols faintly glowing in the dim light. Dante joined them, his weathered hands carefully turning the medallion over. "The symbols here point to the location of the final piece," he said. "It's in the Shadowfall Caves." "The caves?" Lucas said, his brow furrowing. "That's deep in neutral territory." "And dangerous," Mara added. "The caves are a labyrinth. If you don't know the way, you'll never make it out." "We don't have a choice," Zoe said. "The Moonveil Order is closing in. If they get to the keystone before we do, we're finished." "Do you think they know about the caves?" Andre asked. Dante's expression darkened. "If they don't already, they will soon. Their spies are everywhere." The team set out at dawn, their mood tense, but resolute. The journey to the Shadowfall Caves was long and treacherous, taking them through dense forests and rocky terrain. Diana stayed near the back of the group, her silence heavy with unspoken thoughts. Zoe kept an eye on her, knowing that trust between them was still fragile. As they approached the caves, the air grew colder and the forest seemed to close in around them. The entrance to the caves loomed before them, a dark maw in the side of a jagged cliff, its edges lined with ancient carvings. "Looks inviting," Lucas muttered, his tone dry. Zoe glanced at her team, her emerald eyes serious. "Stay close. These caves are dangerous enough without getting separated." The inside of the caves was as foreboding as the entrance. The air was damp and stale, and the walls seemed to press in on them, the darkness broken only by the faint glow of their torches. As they moved deeper, the labyrinthine passages twisted and turned, each corridor looking the same as the last. Symbols etched into the walls guided their way, but the tension in the group was palpable. "This place is a death trap," Mara muttered. "Then let's not die," Andre replied, his tone calm but firm. Diana shot him a glare but said nothing. Their progress was halted when Elise suddenly stopped, her hand shooting out to block Lucas. "Wait," she said, her voice sharp. Zoe stepped forward, her eyes narrowing as she studied the floor ahead. A faint pattern of symbols was etched into the stone, nearly invisible in the dim light. "A ward," Elise said. "If we step on it, it'll trigger something, probably something deadly." "Can you disarm it?" Zoe asked. Elise nodded, though her expression was tense. "Give me a minute." As Elise worked, the group stood in silence, their senses on high alert. Zoe could feel Diana's gaze on her, the weight of her distrust like a physical presence. "Do you think this is worth it?" Diana asked quietly. Zoe turned to her, her voice low but firm. "I do. And by the time this is over, you will too." With the first ward disarmed, the group pressed on, encountering more traps and obstacles as they went. Each one tested their resolve and teamwork, forcing them to rely on one another despite the lingering tensions. When they finally reached the chamber where the final medallion rested, they were exhausted but determined. The medallion sat atop a pedestal, its faint glow illuminating the room. "Is this it?" Diana asked, her tone skeptical. "It's part of it," Zoe said, "but it's enough to keep us moving forward." As they prepared to leave, Zoe noticed Diana lingering near the pedestal, her expression thoughtful. "What is it?" Zoe asked. Diana hesitated, then shook her head. "I still don't trust him," she said, nodding toward Andre. "But I'm starting to see why you're doing this. And maybe I was wrong about you." Zoe smiled faintly. "I'll take that as progress." Diana returned the smile, though it was fleeting. "Let's just hope this is worth it." Chapter 13. The Captured Spy. The air in the settlement was charged with anticipation when Zoe and her team returned from the Shadowfall caves, the final medallion secured in her possession. But before they had a chance to regroup, the news reached them. One of the patrols had captured a lone wolf near the southern border. Word spread quickly, the pack buzzing with speculation. The prisoner was said to be carrying strange markings on his body, symbols tied to the Moonveil Order. Zoe felt the weight of the medallion in her pocket as she stood outside the holding cabin where the spy was being kept. This could be the break they needed, a chance to uncover the Order's plans. Or it could be another trap. The holding cabin was dimly lit, its interior sparse and cold. The captured wolf sat in a chair at the center of the room, his hands bound with thick cords. He was young, barely older than a teenager, with dark hair matted to his forehead and pale gray eyes that seemed far too calm for someone in his position. Zoe entered the room with Lucas and Andre close behind her. The spy's gaze flicked to each of them, lingering on Zoe before a faint smirk crossed his lips. "So, you're the famous Zoe," he said, his voice smooth despite the tension in the air. Zoe stepped closer, her emerald eyes narrowing. "And you are?" The wolf shrugged, his bindings creaking with the movement. "A messenger." "For the Moonveil Order?" Lucas asked sharply. The spy's smirk widened. "You could say that." Zoe folded her arms, her tone cold. "If you're here to send a message, you're going to have to do better than getting yourself caught." The spy's smirk faltered slightly, but his composure remained intact. Zoe motioned for Lucas to stand guard by the door, while Andre took a seat against the far wall, his gray eyes watching the exchange with quiet intensity. "What's your name?" Zoe asked. The spy tilted his head, his pale eyes gleaming with amusement. "Names are overrated." Zoe's jaw tightened. "Fine. Then tell me why you're here." The spy leaned back as much as his bindings would allow, his expression almost bored. "The Order wanted me to see how far along you were, to get a sense of your progress." "So you're a scout," Andre said, his tone unreadable. The spy's gaze shifted to Andre, his smirk returning. "Ah, the lone wolf. We've heard about you. Left a nice trail of destruction in your wake, didn't you?" Andre's jaw clenched, but he didn't respond. Zoe stepped closer, her voice sharp. "Enough games. What does the Order want with my pack?" The spy's smirk faded, and for a moment something dark flickered in his eyes. "The same thing they want from all packs, power. The lunar keystone is the key to that power, and they'll do whatever it takes to get it." Zoe studied the spy, her instincts prickling. There was more he wasn't saying, something he was holding back. "If you're here to gather information," Zoe said slowly, "then you've already failed. The only thing you've accomplished is putting yourself in our hands. Why take that risk?" The spy hesitated, his calm exterior cracking ever so slightly. "Because there's someone in your pack who's already working with us." The words sent a shockwave through the room. Lucas straightened by the door, his expression dark. Andre's eyes narrowed, his posture stiffening. "You're lying," Zoe said, though her stomach twisted with unease. The spy chuckled softly. "Am I? Think about it. How else would the Order know where to strike? How else would they know about your search for the medallions?" Zoe stepped closer, her claws itching to extend. "If you're trying to divide us, it won't work." "I'm not trying," the spy said, his smirk returning. "I'm succeeding." After the interrogation, Zoe met with Lucas, Andre, Mara, and Diana in the main lodge. The spy's words had left an unspoken tension hanging in the air, and Zoe could see the doubt in her packmate's eyes. "You don't believe him, do you?" Lucas asked, his voice low but edged with worry. "I don't know," Zoe admitted, "but we can't ignore the possibility. If someone in the pack is working with the Order, we need to find them now," Diana said firmly. "And how do we do that?" Mara asked. "Start interrogating everyone. That'll only make things worse." "She's right," Andre said. "The pack's already on edge. If we start questioning their loyalty, it'll tear us apart." Zoe rubbed her temples, the weight of leadership pressing down on her. "We'll keep this quiet for now. Watch for anything suspicious, but don't act unless you're sure. The last thing we need is to turn on each other." That night, Zoe returned to the holding cabin alone. The spy was still there, his bindings unchanged. He looked up as she entered, his smirk softening into something almost like curiosity. "Back for round 2?" he asked, Zoe ignored the taunt, pulling up a chair and sitting across from him. "You say there's a traitor in my pack. Prove it." The spy raised an eyebrow. "You think I'd give up my leverage that easily?" Zoe's gaze hardened. "You're not leaving here unless I get answers, so either start talking or get comfortable." For the first time, the spy seemed genuinely unsettled. He shifted in his chair, his pale eyes flickering with uncertainty. "All right," he said finally. "I don't know their name, but I know they're close to you, someone with influence, someone you trust." Zoe's stomach churned. "That's not enough." "It's all I've got," the spy said, his voice low. "But if I were you, I'd start with the ones who stand to gain the most if you fall." As Zoe left the cabin, her mind raced. The spy's words echoed in her head, each one sowing seeds of doubt. She thought of Anthony, his calculated moves and thinly veiled challenges. She thought of Diana, whose mistrust had only recently begun to thaw. And then there was Andre, a lone wolf with a past he had only partially revealed. Zoe clenched her fists, her emerald eyes blazing with resolve. She couldn't afford to let suspicion cloud her judgment. But if there truly was a traitor in her pack, she would find them, and she would make them pay. Chapter 14. Interrogation of secrets. The tension in the settlement had become suffocating. Whispers of betrayal circulated like smoke, coiling into every corner and feeding the unease spreading through the pack. The captured spies' claim of a traitor within their ranks had planted a seed of doubt, and Zoe felt the weight of suspicion pressing down on her shoulders. She didn't trust the spies' words, not completely, but she couldn't ignore the possibility either. The stakes were too high, and her pack couldn't afford to be blindsided. Zoe stood outside the holding cabin, the cold morning air biting at her skin. Today she would extract the truth from their prisoner, one way or another. The spy looked up as Zoe entered, his pale gray eyes glinting with faint amusement. "Back again so soon?" Zoe ignored the taunt, stepping closer and folding her arms. "You've given us just enough information to stir the pot, but not enough to act on. That changes now." The spy smirked. "I told you what I know. It's not my fault if you're too blind to see the truth." Zoe's jaw tightened. "You're trying to manipulate us. I won't let that happen." "Am I?" the spy said, leaning back as much as his bindings allowed. "Or am I just telling you what you already suspect? Face it, Zoe, you don't trust your pack. Not all of them, anyway. And you're right not to." Zoe crouched in front of him, her emerald eyes hard. "You think you're clever, don't you? But you're just a pawn. The Order sent you here to sow discord, and you're playing right into their hands." The spy's smirk faltered for a moment before he recovered. "Believe what you want. But if you don't root out the traitor soon, you'll lose more than just your precious keystone." Frustrated and restless, Zoe left the cabin and made her way to Dante's quarters. The elder wolf had always been a source of wisdom, and she needed his insight now more than ever. Dante was seated at his desk, poring over old texts when Zoe entered. He looked up, his weathered face softening with concern. "Zoe," he said, "you look troubled." She sat across from him, her posture tense. "The spy we captured, he claims there's a traitor in the pack." Dante frowned, setting his book aside. "And do you believe him?" "I don't know," Zoe admitted, "but if he's telling the truth, we're in more danger than I realized." Dante leaned back, his expression thoughtful. "The Moonveil Order thrives on deception. They plant seeds of doubt, then watch as their enemies destroy themselves. It's possible this is just another tactic." "But what if it's not?" Zoe pressed. "What if someone really is working with them?" Dante's gaze darkened. "Then you must tread carefully. Accusations without proof will only divide the pack further. Observe. Listen. The truth will reveal itself in time. Zoe left Dante's quarters feeling no closer to an answer. She wandered through the settlement, her sharp eyes scanning the faces of her packmates as they went about their tasks. Her mind raced with questions. Who among them could betray their own kind? Anthony was the most obvious suspect, but his ambition didn't necessarily mean he was a traitor. Diana's mistrust was another red flag, though Zoe's recent interactions with her suggested she was more concerned with protecting the pack than undermining it. And then there was Andre. Zoe's thoughts lingered on him longer than she cared to admit. He had proven himself time and again, but his past with the Moonveil Order couldn't be ignored. He had secrets, and Zoe couldn't help but wonder if one of them would come back to haunt her. That evening, Zoe gathered her closest allies, Lucas, Mara, Diana, and Andre, in the main lodge. The room was dimly lit, the flickering fire casting long shadows on the walls. "We need to talk about the spy," Zoe began, her voice firm. "He claims there's a traitor in the pack." Lucas tensed, his sharp eyes darting to each of them. "And you believe him?" "I don't know," Zoe admitted, "but we can't ignore the possibility." Mara crossed her arms, her expression skeptical. "This could be exactly what they want, to turn us against each other. Or it could be the truth," Diana said, her tone measured. "We'd be fools not to consider it." Andre, who had been silent until now, leaned forward. "If there's a traitor, they've been feeding the Order information for a while. The attacks, the medallions, they've been one step ahead of us too often for it to be a coincidence." "So what do we do?" Lucas asked. Zoe's gaze swept over them, her voice steady. "We watch, we listen, but we don't act without proof. If there's a traitor, they'll slip up eventually." The opportunity came sooner than Zoe expected. Late that night, she was patrolling the outskirts of the settlement when she caught the faint scent of something out of place, metallic and sharp, like blood mixed with smoke. She followed the trail, her footsteps silent as she moved through the dense forest. It led her to a clearing where a shadowy figure knelt, their back to her. They were speaking softly, their words barely audible, but Zoe caught enough to understand. "They suspect nothing. The keystone will be ours soon." Zoe's blood ran cold as she stepped closer, her claws extending. "Stop!" The figure froze, then turned slowly to face her. Zoe's heart sank as recognition hit her like a blow. It was Anthony. Anthony rose to his feet, his expression a mix of surprise and defiance. "Zoe," he said smoothly, "what are you doing out here?" "I could ask you the same thing," Zoe replied, her voice cold. "But I already know the answer." Anthony's composure cracked, his lips curling into a snarl. "You don't understand, Zoe. Everything I've done has been for the pack." "By working with the Moonveil Order?" Zoe shot back, her emerald eyes blazing. "They promised me power," Anthony said, his voice rising. "A chance to lead this pack the way it deserves to be led, not by chasing after relics and legends, but by securing our place in the world." "You betrayed your family," Zoe said, her voice low and furious. "You betrayed me." Anthony sneered. "You're no leader, Zoe. You never were. You're just a scared little girl hiding behind a name you don't deserve." The words cut deep, but Zoe didn't falter. She took a step closer, her claws gleaming in the moonlight. "You've already lost, Anthony. The pack will never follow you now." Anthony lunged at her, his claws slashing through the air. Zoe met him head-on, their clash sending shockwaves through the clearing. The fight was brutal, each strike fueled by years of tension and resentment. Anthony was strong, his movements swift and calculated, but Zoe's determination gave her an edge. Finally, with a fierce growl, she knocked him to the ground, her claws poised at his throat. "Yield," she commanded, her voice deadly. Anthony's dark eyes glared up at her, his chest heaving. "You don't have the guts to kill me." Zoe hesitated for a fraction of a second, long enough for Anthony to twist free and disappear into the shadows. She cursed under her breath, her claws retracting as she stared into the forest. Anthony was gone, but his betrayal was laid bare. Chapter 15. A Divided Pack by Dawn. The entire settlement knew the truth. Anthony's betrayal was no longer a whispered suspicion, but an undeniable reality. The pack was in turmoil, their trust shattered, and their unity hanging by a thread. Wolves gathered in clusters, their voices raised in fear and anger, as they debated what this meant for their survival. Zoe stood at the center of it all, the weight of leadership pressing down on her like never before. The spy's warning had proven true. There was a traitor in their midst, and now the pack looked to her for answers. But answers weren't enough. The pack needed action. Zoe summoned the pack to the central clearing. The crowd that gathered was restless, their faces filled with tension and doubt. Lucas stood at her right, his presence solid and reassuring, while Andre and Diana flanked her left. Mara lingered near the back, her sharp eyes scanning the crowd for any signs of trouble. Zoe stepped forward, her emerald eyes sweeping over the gathered wolves. "You all know why we're here," she began, her voice steady. "Last night I caught Anthony colluding with the Moonveil Order. He's betrayed us, and now he's on the run." A ripple of shock and anger spread through the crowd, but Zoe raised a hand, silencing them. "I know you're scared," she continued. "I know you're angry, but this is not the time to let fear divide us. Anthony wanted to tear us apart, to weaken us so the Moonveil Order could strike. We can't let him win." "And what are we supposed to do?" a voice called out from the crowd. "We're already outnumbered, and now we've lost one of our own." "We fight," Zoe said firmly, "but not recklessly. We have the advantage now. We know there's a traitor, and we know the Order is watching us. We use that to prepare, to strengthen our defenses, and find the keystone before they do." Her words hung in the air, heavy with determination. Despite Zoe's rallying cry, the pack's unity remained fractured. Arguments broke out as wolves debated their next move. "What if there's another traitor?" one wolf asked. "How can we trust anyone now?" "And what about Anthony?" another demanded. "If he's out there working with the Order, he knows everything about us. Our defenses, our weaknesses." Zoe clenched her fists, her patience wearing thin. "Enough!" she shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on her. "I know this is hard," she said, her tone softening. "But we don't have time to fall apart. The Moonveil Order is coming, and if we don't stand together, we're finished. You want to protect your families, your home? Then trust me. Trust each other. That's the only way we survive this." After the meeting, Zoe retreated to the council lodge, exhaustion weighing heavily on her. Andre followed her, his expression thoughtful. "You handled that well," he said, leaning against the table. "Did I?" Zoe muttered, rubbing her temples. "Because it feels like I'm barely holding them together." Andre hesitated, then stepped closer. "I need to tell you something about Anthony." Zoe looked up, her emerald eyes narrowing. "What is it?" Andre's gray eyes darkened. "The Moonveil Order doesn't just recruit outsiders. They turn them. They offer power, influence, whatever it takes to break someone's loyalty. Anthony wasn't just working with them. He's a part of them now. Zoe's stomach twisted. You're saying they've already made him one of their own? Andre nodded. And that makes him more dangerous than you realize. He knows your pack. He knows your weaknesses. And now he has their resources backing him. Armed with this new information, Zoe wasted no time. She called her closest allies, Lucas, Mara, Diana, and Andre, into the council lodge to devise a plan. We need to assume Anthony will strike again, Zoe said, her voice firm. He knows too much about us to stay quiet for long. Lucas nodded. We'll double the patrols and reinforce the borders. If he tries to sneak back, we'll catch him. I'll work with the scouts to map out potential weak points in the territory, Diana added. If the Order's planning an attack, we need to be ready. And the keystone? Mara asked. We've got all 3 pieces of the key now. What's the next step? Zoe glanced at Dante, who stood quietly in the corner. The elder wolf stepped forward, his expression solemn. The 3 medallions will reveal the keystone's location, he said, but activating them requires a ceremony, one that hasn't been performed in generations. The Order will know this as well, and they'll do everything in their power to stop you. Zoe's resolve hardened. Then we'll do it first. Tell me what I need to do. As the preparations began, Zoe couldn't help but notice the growing distance between some of her packmates. Fear and mistrust lingered in the air, and even her closest allies weren't immune to it. Lucas seemed more withdrawn than usual, his sharp eyes constantly scanning for threats. Mara and Diana were barely speaking, their differing views on how to handle the Order creating a rift between them. And Andre was a mystery. Despite his unwavering support, Zoe could sense the weight of his past hanging over him. He had proven himself time and again, but his connection to the Moonveil Order made it impossible to ignore the doubts some wolves harbored. Do you think they'll ever accept me? Andre asked one evening as they patrolled the border together. Zoe glanced at him, her emerald eyes thoughtful. They will, in time. Andre gave a faint smile. Time isn't something we have much of. As night fell, the settlement grew quiet, the wolves retreating to their cabins to rest. Zoe stood alone at the edge of the forest, her gaze fixed on the dark horizon. Anthony was out there, somewhere, and with him, the Moonveil Order's plans were taking shape. Zoe clenched her fists, her resolve burning brighter than ever. No matter what it took, she would protect her pack, even if it meant facing Anthony herself. Chapter 16. A leadership gamble. The pack was a hive of activity as Zoe's orders set preparations into motion. Patrols were doubled, the borders reinforced, and the medallions placed under constant guard. The Moonveil Order's threat loomed large, but so did the uncertainty within the pack. The rift Anthony had created was a wound that wouldn't heal overnight. For all her efforts, Zoe could still feel the tension in the air, the mistrust that lingered like a shadow over every conversation. She needed to act decisively, and soon, or risk losing the pack altogether. Zoe stood in the council lodge with her closest allies, Lucas, Mara, Diana, Andre, and Dante, going over their plan. The 3 medallions rested on the table, their symbols faintly glowing in the dim light. We have the key, Zoe said, her emerald eyes sweeping over the group. Now we need to use it. Dante nodded. The ceremony to activate the medallions must be performed at the Moonlit Grove. It's an ancient place, deeply tied to the Keystone's power, but it's far from here, and the journey will be dangerous. How dangerous? Lucas asked, his sharp eyes narrowing. The Order will likely anticipate this move, Dante replied. The grove is well known in our lore. If they have spies watching us, they'll try to intercept you. Then we need to move quickly, Zoe said. I'll lead a small team to the grove, while the rest of the pack stays here to defend the settlement. Lucas frowned. You're leaving the pack vulnerable. I'm leaving the pack in your hands, Zoe corrected, her voice firm. You know this territory better than anyone. If anyone can protect it, it's you. Lucas hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Fine, but be careful, Zoe. If this goes wrong... It won't, Zoe said, her gaze unwavering. The decision of who would accompany Zoe to the moonlit grove was not an easy one. She needed wolves she could trust implicitly, but also those who could handle the dangers they would face. Andre volunteered immediately. If the order comes for you, you'll need someone who knows how they operate. Zoe nodded. You're in. Diana stepped forward next, her expression resolute. I'm coming too. If the keystone is as important as you say, it's worth the risk. Mara hesitated, her sharp eyes flicking between Zoe and Lucas. I'll stay here. Someone needs to keep an eye on things while you're gone. Zoe appreciated the practicality of the decision. Mara's presence in the settlement would help stabilize the pack during her absence. With the team assembled, Zoe, Andre, Diana, and Elise, the healer, they prepared to set out at dawn. Before leaving, Zoe took Lucas aside. The two of them stood at the edge of the settlement, the first light of dawn painting the sky in soft hues of orange and pink. I'm trusting you with the pack, Zoe said, her voice quiet but firm. Keep them safe, and keep them together. Lucas frowned, his sharp eyes scanning her face. And what about you? This plan of yours? It's risky, Zoe. I know, she admitted, but it's the only way. Lucas sighed, then reached out to clasp her shoulder. Just come back in one piece, okay? Zoe managed a faint smile. I'll do my best. The forest was quiet as the team set out, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of moss and leaves. The air was crisp, the scent of pine and damp earth filling Zoe's senses. Despite the beauty of the landscape, she couldn't shake the tension coiling in her chest. Andre walked beside her, his gray eyes scanning the trees. If the Order knows we're heading to the grove, they'll try to intercept us. I'm counting on it, Zoe said. Andre raised an eyebrow. You want them to find us? If they're focused on us, they're not focused on the settlement, Zoe replied. It's a calculated risk. Diana, walking a few paces behind, spoke up. Let's just hope the gamble pays off. They had been traveling for hours when the first signs of trouble appeared. The forest grew eerily silent, the usual sounds of birds and rustling leaves replaced by an oppressive stillness. Zoe's instincts flared, and she held up a hand to stop the group. Something's wrong, she said, her voice low. Andre's eyes narrowed. They're here. The attack came suddenly, a blur of movement as Moonveil wolves emerged from the shadows. Their eyes glowed an unnatural blue, their forms shifting mid-charge. Defensive positions, Zoe shouted, her claws extending. The clearing erupted into chaos as the team fought to hold their ground. Zoe moved with precision, her strikes swift and deadly. Andre fought beside her, his movements efficient and calculated. Diana was a whirlwind of motion, her claws slicing through the air with practiced ease. Elise stayed back, using her abilities to heal minor wounds and keep the team in fighting shape. The Moonveil wolves were relentless, their attacks coordinated and ferocious, but Zoe's team held their own, their unity and skill proving to be their greatest strength. When the last of the attackers fell, Zoe stood in the center of the clearing, her chest heaving and her claws dripping with blood. Around her the others regrouped, their expressions grim but determined. That was too close, Diana muttered, wiping sweat from her brow. They were a scouting party, Andre said. The real threat is still ahead. Zoe nodded, her emerald eyes scanning the forest. Then we keep moving. The grove isn't far now. By nightfall, they reached their destination. The moonlit grove was breathtaking, a circular clearing surrounded by ancient trees that seemed to hum with energy. In the center stood an ornate star altar, its surface etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Zoe approached the altar, the 3 medallions in her hands. She placed them in the corresponding slots, the symbols aligning perfectly. The air grew heavy, charged with an almost tangible power. "This is it," Zoe said, her voice barely above a whisper. But before they could begin the ceremony, a low growl echoed through the clearing. They weren't alone. Chapter 17. Andre's Confession. The low growl echoed through the moonlit grove, reverberating in the heavy air like a warning. Zoe's claws instinctively extended. As she stepped away from the altar, her emerald eyes scanning the darkness. The clearing was bathed in silvery moonlight, but the shadows between the ancient trees seemed to shift and writhe. "They're here," Andre said, his voice low and steady. His gray eyes flicked toward Zoe, his hand tightening on the hilt of his blade. Diana positioned herself beside the altar, her sharp gaze scanning the perimeter. "We can't let them interrupt the ceremony. Whatever happens, we hold this ground." Zoe nodded, her voice firm. "Elise, stay close to the altar. The rest of us will deal with whatever comes." As the words left her mouth, the first wolf stepped into the clearing. The wolf was massive, its eyes glowing with the unnatural blue light Zoe had come to associate with the Moonveil Order's elite. It was followed by 2 more wolves, then 3 more, their movements silent and calculated. 6 of them, Diana muttered, her claws elongating. Could be more in the trees. Andre stepped forward, his stance relaxed but ready. "We've faced worse." The leader of the Moonveil wolves stepped closer, shifting into its human form. It was a woman, her dark hair pulled back and her sharp features twisted into a mocking smile. "Zoe," the woman said, her voice smooth and mocking, "the infamous Alfa in hiding. You've made quite the mess for us, you know." Zoe's lips curled into a snarl. "And you've made a mistake coming here." The woman laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "We'll see about that." With a flick of her hand, the wolves charged. The clearing exploded into chaos as Zoe and her team clashed with the attackers. Zoe's movements were fluid and precise, her claws slicing through the air as she fought with the determination of a wolf protecting her home. Andre was a force of nature, his strikes efficient and devastating. He moved with a confidence that came from experience, each motion calculated to disable rather than merely wound. Diana was relentless, her speed and precision making her a blur on the battlefield. Elise stayed near the altar, her hands glowing faintly as she healed minor injuries and kept an eye on the medallions. The Moonveil wolves were formidable, their attacks coordinated and ferocious. But Zoe's team held their ground, their unity and skill keeping the enemy at bay. As the battle raged on, Zoe caught sight of the leader watching from the edge of the clearing, her expression calm and calculating. "She's waiting for something," Zoe realized, dodging a swipe from one of the attackers. Before she could act, the woman raised her hand, and the ground beneath the altar began to tremble. The medallions, still resting in their slots, glowed brighter, the symbols pulsing with an otherworldly energy. "They're trying to activate it," Elise shouted, her voice filled with alarm. Zoe's heart pounded. "Andre, stay with Elise. Diana, with me." As Zoe charged toward the leader, Andre's voice cut through the chaos. "Wait!" Zoe skidded to a halt, turning to see Andre standing by the altar, his gray eyes filled with something she couldn't quite place. Guilt. "What are you doing?" Zoe demanded, her claws still extended. Andre held up his hands, his expression pained. "There's something I need to tell you, something I should have told you a long time ago." The leader of the Moonveil wolves chuckled from the edge of the clearing. "Go on, Andre. Tell her." Zoe's blood ran cold. What is she talking about? Andre hesitated, his gaze dropping to the ground. "I was one of them, the Moonveil Order. I worked for them, until I couldn't anymore." The clearing seemed to freeze, the battle momentarily forgotten. "You lied to me," Zoe said, her voice shaking with a mix of anger and disbelief. "I didn't want to," Andre said quickly, stepping closer. "I left them, Zoe. I've been trying to make up for what I did ever since." "Then why does she know your name?" Diana demanded, her voice sharp. "Because I was their inside man," Andre admitted. "I infiltrated packs, gained their trust, and reported back to the Order. I thought I was helping to create peace. I didn't know what they were planning." The leader of the Moonveil wolves stepped forward, her smile widening. "He's telling the truth, you know. Andre was one of our best, until he grew a conscience and decided to abandon his mission. But you can't outrun your past, can you, Andre?" "Enough!" Zoe snapped, her emerald eyes blazing. She turned back to Andre, her voice low and furious. "Why didn't you tell me?" Andre met her gaze, his expression filled with regret. "Because I knew you wouldn't trust me, and because I thought I could protect you without dragging my past into it." Zoe's fists clenched. "You should have told me from the start. Now you've given them exactly what they wanted. A reason to divide us." The tension in the clearing was unbearable. The Moonveil wolves circled, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, while Zoe's team stood frozen by the weight of Andre's confession. Zoe took a deep breath, forcing herself to think clearly. "Whatever you were," she said, her voice firm, "you're not that anymore. But if you want to prove it, then fight with me. Fight for this pack." Andre nodded, his gray eyes filled with determination. "I will." The leader of the Moonveil wolves sneered. "Touching, but it won't save you." The fight reignited with brutal intensity. This time the Moonveil wolves fought with renewed ferocity, their leader joining the fray. But Zoe and her team fought harder, their unity tested, but not broken. Andre stayed close to Elise, protecting her as she worked to stabilize the medallions. Diana fought alongside Zoe, her strikes fierce and unrelenting. Finally, with a feral snarl, Zoe lunged at the Moonveil leader, her claws slicing through the air. The leader dodged, but Zoe pressed on, her movements fueled by fury and determination. By the time the last Moonveil wolf fell, the clearing was littered with the aftermath of the battle. Zoe stood at the center, her chest heaving and her claws retracting. The medallions on the altar glowed brightly, their symbols aligned. The energy in the air was electric, the ceremony on the brink of completion. "We did it," Elise said, her voice filled with relief. Zoe glanced at Andre, who stood silently by the altar. "This isn't over," she said, "but it's a start." Andre met her gaze, his expression serious. "Thank you for giving me a chance to prove myself." "Don't waste it," Zoe replied. Chapter 18, Wilderness Perils. The moonlit grove lay quiet in the aftermath of the battle. The medallions on the altar hummed faintly, their symbols glowing in perfect alignment. The ceremony to reveal the keystone's location was nearly complete, but the fight had left Zoe and her team battered and exhausted. They couldn't rest yet. Zoe stood at the edge of the clearing, her emerald eyes scanning the dark forest. Every instinct told her that danger still lingered, that the Moonveil Order wasn't finished with them. "We need to move," she said, turning to her team. "If they sent a scouting party, more will follow." Andre stepped forward, his gray eyes sharp but weary. "Do we have the location yet?" Dante, who had joined the group after the battle, studied the altar with quiet reverence. The symbols on the medallions began to shift, forming a map that glowed faintly in the moonlight. "It's pointing to Bloodstone Ridge," Dante said. "The keystone is there." The journey to Bloodstone Ridge was treacherous, even under normal circumstances. The rocky terrain and dense wilderness made it a perfect hiding place for the keystone, but also an ideal location for an ambush. As the team gathered their supplies and prepared to leave, Zoe pulled Dante aside. "Will the Order know where the keystone is now?" she asked. Dante's expression was grave. "If they're as deeply tied to the medallions as we are, then yes, the moment the ceremony was completed, they would have felt it." Zoe's jaw tightened. "Then we don't have much time." The group set out at first light, the forest around them shrouded in mist. The air was cold, each breath forming faint clouds as they climbed higher into the mountains. The trail grew steeper and more rugged, forcing them to move slowly. Zoe took the lead, her sharp eyes scanning the path ahead for any signs of danger. Behind her, Andre and Diana kept watch on the flanks, while Elise brought up the rear with Dante. "Why would the keystone be hidden in a place like this?" Diana asked, her voice breaking the silence. "It's said to be protected by the land itself," Dante replied. "The ridge is sacred ground, tied to the balance of nature and magic. Only those deemed worthy can reach the keystone." "And the Order?" Diana asked. "They'll find a way," Dante said grimly. As the day wore on, the mist thickened, making it harder to see more than a few feet ahead. The oppressive silence of the forest began to wear on their nerves, each snap of a twig or rustle of leaves setting their senses on high alert. "We're being watched," Andre said quietly, his gray eyes scanning the trees. Zoe nodded, her claws itching to extend. "Stay close. If they attack, we hold formation." The attack came suddenly, a flurry of movement as wolves emerged from the mist, their glowing blue eyes cutting through the gloom. These were no ordinary wolves. Their movements were unnaturally fast, their strikes calculated and ruthless. "Moonveil!" Zoe shouted, her claws extending as she leaped into action. The fight was brutal and chaotic. The uneven terrain made it difficult to maneuver, and the mist obscured their vision, forcing them to rely on instinct. Zoe fought with everything she had, her claws slicing through the air as she defended her team. Andre stayed close to Elise, his strikes precise and unrelenting as he protected the healer from the relentless attackers. Diana was a blur of motion, her speed and agility allowing her to outmaneuver their enemies. Even Dante, though less physically capable, held his ground, using his knowledge of the land to guide the others through the chaos. Despite their skill, the Moonveil wolves were relentless, their enhanced abilities pushing Zoe and her team to their limits. When it became clear that the Moonveil wolves had reinforcements, Zoe made a split-second decision. "We can't hold them off forever," she shouted. "Fall back!" The team retreated deeper into the forest, using the dense undergrowth and rocky terrain to slow their pursuers. The sound of snarls and snapping jaws filled the air as they ran, the Moonveil wolves hot on their trail. Andre fell back to cover their retreat, his strikes slowing their enemies just enough to give the others a chance to escape. "Go!" he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Zoe hesitated, her instincts screaming to go back for him, but Diana grabbed her arm. "He can handle himself. We need to keep moving." The team finally reached a narrow ravine, the rocky walls providing temporary shelter from their pursuers. They collapsed against the stone, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. "Everyone okay?" Zoe asked, her voice strained. Diana nodded, though her face was pale. Elise worked quickly, tending to minor wounds with her healing abilities. Dante leaned heavily against the wall, his breathing labored but steady. Andre appeared moments later, his gray eyes sharp, despite the exhaustion etched into his features. "Lost them," he said simply, his voice low. Zoe exhaled in relief, her emerald eyes meeting his. "Good work." Andre gave a faint nod, his expression unreadable. As the team rested, Zoe found herself sitting beside Andre, the silence between them heavy with unspoken words. "You didn't have to stay back like that," she said quietly. Andre shrugged, his gray eyes fixed on the horizon. "It's what needed to be done." Zoe studied him, her gaze softening. "You keep surprising me, you know." A faint smile tugged at his lips. "I'll take that as a compliment." For a moment, the weight of their mission seemed to lift, replaced by something lighter, something fragile but real. When the team was ready, they continued their journey, the ridge looming closer with every step. The terrain grew harsher, the air thinner, but Zoe's resolve only hardened. The keystone was within reach, and she wouldn't let anything stop her from protecting her pack. Chapter 19. The dream of the ancestors. The night at Bloodstone Ridge was still, the air thick with tension, as Zoe and her team set up camp. The faint glow of the medallions from Zoe's pack reflected off the jagged rocks around them, casting eerie shadows that danced in the flickering light of their small fire. The climb had been grueling, but the keystone was closer than ever. Zoe could feel it, an electric hum in the air, an almost tangible energy that seemed to call out to her. But the day's trials had taken their toll. Her muscles ached, her wounds stung, and her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. For the first time since they had set out, she allowed herself to rest, lying back against the cool stone and staring up at the star-filled sky. Sleep came reluctantly, but when it did, it swept Zoe away into a vivid and surreal dream. She found herself standing in a vast, open meadow bathed in silver light. The moon hung low in the sky, impossibly large and luminous. Around her, wolves emerged from the shadows, their forms shifting seamlessly between human and lupine. Their eyes glowed with a soft, ancient wisdom, and Zoe felt a strange sense of familiarity as they surrounded her. One of them stepped forward, a tall woman, with long, silver-streaked hair and piercing emerald eyes that mirrored Zoe's own. "Zoe?" the woman said, her voice resonating like the wind through the trees. "You've come far, but your journey is not yet complete." "Who are you?" Zoe asked, her voice steady, despite the awe that filled her. "I am Mara, your ancestor," the woman replied, "one of the first guardians of the lunar keystone." The wolves around her began to speak, their voices blending into a harmonious chorus. They told Zoe the story of the keystone, how it was forged from the moon's essence to maintain the balance between nature and magic. They spoke of its immense power, capable of uniting or destroying packs, and how it had been entrusted to Zoe's bloodline for safekeeping. But that trust came with a burden, Mara said, stepping closer. "Our family has protected the keystone for generations, often at great cost. Betrayal, loss, and sacrifice are woven into our legacy." Zoe's heart ached. as she thought of her parents, of the betrayal that had torn her family apart. "And now it's my turn to bear that burden," she said softly. Mara nodded. "It is. But you are not alone. Your pack, your allies, they are your strength. Trust in them, as we trusted in one another." As the dream continued, the wolves began to shift and fade, their forms blending into the silvery glow of the moonlight. Mara remained, her gaze steady as she raised a hand. "Take this," she said, and a beam of light extended from her palm, forming a faint, glowing map in the air. It showed Bloodstone Ridge, but the path to the keystone was hidden behind a series of natural defenses, twisting tunnels, collapsing pathways, and illusions meant to deter intruders. Zoe studied the map, committing every detail to memory. "Why show me this now?" she asked. "Because the Order will stop at nothing to claim the keystone," Mara said, her voice grave. "You must reach it first, or all will be lost." The meadow began to dissolve, the light fading. As Mara's form grew faint, she placed a hand on Zoe's shoulder. "Remember," she said, "the strength of an Alfa lies not in power, but in the bonds they forge." Zoe woke with a start, the dream still vivid in her mind. The fire had burned low, and the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Around her the others stirred, their exhaustion evident, but their resolve unshaken. "What is it?" Andre asked, his gray eyes sharp as he noticed her expression. Zoe sat up, her emerald eyes blazing with determination. "I know how to find the keystone." As the team gathered around the fire, Zoe recounted her dream in detail. The meadow, the wolves, the map, and the cryptic message from her ancestor. Dante listened intently, his expression thoughtful, while Diana and Elise exchanged skeptical glances. "You think it was a vision?" Diana asked, her tone laced with doubt. "I know it was," Zoe said firmly. "The path to the keystone is hidden, but the dream showed me how to reach it." Andre nodded, his expression serious. "If what you saw is true, then we have a chance to reach it before the Order does." Dante stroked his beard, his voice quiet. "Dreams of the ancestors are rare, but they carry great meaning. If they've chosen to guide you, Zoe, it's a sign that you are meant to fulfill this role." With the map from her dream fresh in her mind, Zoe led the team deeper into the ridge. The terrain grew more treacherous, the air colder and thinner as they climbed. But Zoe's resolve burned bright, the words of her ancestor echoing in her thoughts. The team moved as one, their unity tested but unbroken. Even Diana, though still skeptical, followed Zoe's lead without question. As they neared the first of the natural defenses, a narrow path flanked by sheer cliffs, Zoe felt a surge of determination. The keystone was close, and she would protect it with everything she had. Chapter 20. The Sacred Site. The climb to Bloodstone Ridge had been grueling, but as Zoe and her team crested the final ridge, the sight that greeted them took their breath away. The sacred site stood before them, a secluded glade surrounded by ancient, towering trees that seemed to hum with energy. The air was charged with power, and the ground itself felt alive beneath their feet. At the center of the glade lay a stone altar, its surface etched with intricate carvings that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Around the altar, a series of natural formations, craggy rocks, twisting vines, and shallow pools of water, formed a labyrinth that radiated a sense of purpose. "This is it," Zoe said, her emerald eyes fixed on the altar. "The lunar keystone is here." As the team entered the glade, they felt the shift immediately. The hum of energy grew stronger, resonating through their bodies like the pulse of a living being. The air was cooler here, the scent of earth and moss mingling with a faint metallic tang. "This place feels ancient," Diana murmured, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. "It's been untouched for centuries," Dante said, his voice reverent. "The Keystone's power is tied to this land. Its defenses are part of the balance it was meant to protect." Andre stepped closer to Zoe, his gray eyes filled with quiet awe. "If the Order gets here, they'll desecrate this place. We can't let that happen." "We won't," Zoe said, her voice firm. The path to the altar was anything but straightforward. The labyrinth that surrounded it was a test, a series of natural and magical defenses meant to deter intruders. The map from Zoe's dream provided guidance, but the challenges ahead required every ounce of skill and teamwork they possessed. The first obstacle was a series of narrow stone pathways suspended over deep chasms. The stones were slick with moss, and the faint shimmer of wards indicated that any misstep could trigger a deadly trap. "Stay close," Zoe instructed, leading the way with careful precision. Elise hesitated as they crossed the paths, her usual confidence faltering. Andre stayed by her side, his steady presence helping her navigate the treacherous terrain. The second challenge came in the form of illusions. As they moved deeper into the labyrinth, the air shimmered, and the landscape around them began to shift. Tree became towering walls, the ground seemed to ripple like water, and voices whispered in the wind, pulling at their minds. "Stay focused," Dante said, his voice steady. "These illusions are designed to confuse you, to make you doubt yourself. Trust your instincts." Zoe gritted her teeth, forcing herself to block out the whispers. Her dream had shown her the way, and she clung to that vision as a lifeline. When the illusions grew more intense, Andre placed a hand on Zoe's shoulder. "You're not alone," he said quietly. The simple gesture grounded her, and together they pushed through the shifting maze, guiding the others with unwavering determination. As they neared the altar, the energy in the glade grew almost unbearable. The air crackled with power, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. Then, from the shadows of the trees, figures began to emerge, wolf-like creatures made of shadow and light, their eyes glowing with an ancient, otherworldly energy. "The Keystone's guardians," Dante whispered, his voice filled with awe. "They don't look friendly," Diana muttered, her claws extending. Zoe stepped forward, her claws elongating as she met the gaze of the nearest guardian. "They're not here to welcome us. Defend yourselves, but don't destroy them. They're tied to this place." The guardians attacked, their movements swift and fluid. They fought with a precision that suggested intelligence, their strikes testing the intruder's resolve rather than seeking to kill outright. Zoe moved with purpose, her strikes measured and controlled. Andre fought beside her, his movements efficient and deliberate. Diana was a whirlwind of motion, her agility allowing her to evade the guardian's attacks while landing precise counterstrikes. Elise stayed back, her healing abilities at the ready, while Dante used his knowledge of the glade to call out warnings and guide their movements. The battle was fierce, but the team's unity proved stronger than the Guardian's challenge. One by one the creatures fell back, their forms dissolving into mist that drifted back into the shadows. The path to the altar was clear. Zoe approached it slowly, her heart pounding as she placed the 3 medallions into the corresponding slots on the stone surface. The symbols began to glow brighter, the hum of energy reaching a crescendo as the medallions clicked into place. The ground beneath the altar shifted, and a compartment opened, revealing a small, intricately carved stone, glowing faintly with a soft, silvery light. "The lunar keystone," Zoe whispered, her voice filled with awe. As Zoe reached for the keystone, a surge of energy flowed through her, filling her with a sense of connection and clarity she had never experienced before. The world around her seemed to fade, and for a moment she felt as if she were one with the glade, the land, and the pack. "This is what they want," she said softly, her emerald eyes blazing as she turned to face her team. "This is why we can't let them have it." Andre stepped closer, his gray eyes fixed on the keystone. "And what do we do with it now?" Zoe's jaw tightened. "We protect it, no matter what." The team rested briefly, the keystone safely secured in Zoe's pack, but the sense of accomplishment was tempered by the knowledge that the Moonveil Order wouldn't be far behind. "This is only the beginning," Dante said, his voice heavy with foreboding. Zoe nodded, her resolve hardening. "Let them come. We'll be ready." Chapter 21. The trials begin. The lunar keystone pulsed faintly in Zoe's pack, its silvery glow casting subtle reflections on the surrounding trees as the team made their descent from the sacred site. Though the keystone was now in their possession, its retrieval had set events in motion that none of them could stop. The hum of power still resonated in the air, a constant reminder of the artifact's significance and the danger it posed in the wrong hands. The way forward was perilous. The keystone had chosen Zoe's pack as its guardian for a reason, and its power came with trials meant to test the worthiness of those who sought to protect it. They had barely made it to the base of the ridge when the keystone's glow intensified, sending ripples of energy through the air. Zoe stopped in her tracks, her emerald eyes narrowing as she reached into her pack. "What's happening?" Diana asked, her claws extending reflexively. The keystone floated slightly above Zoe's hand, its glow brightening until it illuminated the forest around them. A voice echoed in the stillness, resonating in their minds rather than their ears. "The bearer of the keystone must prove their worth. Only those with the strength to lead and the unity to endure will prevail." The voice faded, but the energy lingered, vibrating through the ground and trees. "Well, that's ominous," Lucas muttered, his tone uneasy. Andre stepped closer, his gray eyes locked on the keystone. "It's issuing a challenge." "Then we accept," Zoe said firmly, her gaze sweeping over the group. "Whatever this is, we face it together." The forest around them shifted abruptly, the trees twisting and reshaping until they formed a vast, open arena. At the center stood a massive wolf-like creature, its form composed of shadow and flame. Its glowing eyes locked onto Zoe, and it let out a deafening roar that shook the ground. "This must be the first trial," Dante said, his voice low. "A test of strength." The creature lunged toward them, its claws slicing through the air. Zoe leaped forward to meet it, her movement swift and precise. The creature's strength was immense, its blows sending shockwaves through the ground, but Zoe fought with a ferocity that matched its power. Andre and Diana joined the fray, their combined efforts forcing the creature back. Diana's speed and agility allowed her to outmaneuver the beast, landing quick, devastating strikes, while Andre's precision targeted its weaknesses. Elise and Dante stayed back, providing support when needed, their roles critical in ensuring the fighters stayed on their feet. With a final, powerful blow, Zoe struck the creature's chest, her claws cutting through the swirling shadows. The beast let out a deafening cry before dissolving into wisps of smoke, leaving the team breathless but victorious. As the shadows cleared, The forest transformed once again, this time into a maze of reflective surfaces. The walls shimmered like liquid glass, their surfaces distorting and warping the team's reflections. "This must be the second trial," Dante said, "a test of unity." As they stepped into the maze, the reflections came to life, their distorted forms stepping out of the walls to confront them. Each reflection mirrored a team member's darkest fears and insecurities, their taunts cutting deep. Zoe's reflection sneered, its voice dripping with malice. "You can't lead them. You're a fraud, a pretender clinging to a name you don't deserve." Zoe clenched her fists, her claws itching to extend. "I'm their leader," she said firmly, her voice steady, "and I won't let you undermine me." The reflection hesitated, flickering before fading back into the wall. Around her, the others faced their own reflections. Andre stood frozen as his reflection accused him of his past sins, his betrayal of his former pack, and the lives lost because of his choices. But when Zoe placed a hand on his shoulder, grounding him, the reflection shattered. Diana and Lucas overcame their reflections through sheer willpower, while Elise used her healing abilities to dispel the illusions that attacked her. By the time they reached the end of the maze, their unity had been tested, but remained intact, stronger than before. The maze gave way to a vast, barren landscape. At the center stood a pedestal, and on it rested an illusion of the lunar keystone. Surrounding it were shadowy forms, familiar faces from Zoe's pack, each one pleading for her help. "You can't save them all," a voice whispered in her mind. The scene shifted, showing visions of her past, the betrayal of her family, the sacrifices she had made, and the decisions that had led her here. "Leadership is about choices," the voice continued. "Some you will regret, others will define you, but the weight of those choices is yours to bear." Zoe closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She thought of her pack, of Lucas, Diana, Andre, and the others who had stood by her side. When she opened her eyes, her resolve burned brighter than ever. "I know what I've sacrificed," she said, "and I know what I'm fighting for. I don't need to save them all. I just need to lead them." The shadowy forms faded, and the real keystone appeared on the pedestal, its glow soft and steady. As Zoe reached for the keystone, the barren landscape dissolved, and the team found themselves back in the glade. The air was still and quiet, the hum of energy from the keystone a soothing presence. "You did it," Diana said, her voice filled with a mix of awe and relief. "We did it," Zoe corrected, her gaze sweeping over the team. Andre stepped forward, his gray eyes meeting hers. "What now?" Zoe held the keystone close, her emerald eyes blazing with determination. "Now we prepare for the final battle. The Order won't stop until they have this, and I won't stop until they're defeated." Chapter 22. A deadly trap. The return journey from the sacred site to the pack's settlement was fraught with tension. Every step felt like a calculated risk, each sound from the surrounding forest a potential warning. The lunar keystone rested securely in Zoe's pack, but its power seemed to hum faintly, a constant reminder of what was at stake. The team moved quickly, their focus unwavering. The trials had tested their limits, but the real challenge lay ahead. Zoe knew the Moonveil Order wouldn't wait long to make their next move. As they approached the edge of the forest bordering their territory, a strange silence settled over the group. The usual sounds of wildlife, chirping birds, rustling leaves, had vanished, replaced by an eerie stillness. "This doesn't feel right," Andre murmured, his gray eyes scanning the trees. Zoe nodded, her emerald eyes narrowing. Stay sharp. This could be an ambush. Diana extended her claws, her expression grim. If it is, they've picked the wrong wolves to mess with. They continued forward cautiously, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. They had barely reached a clearing when the first attack came. A net made of shimmering silver strands shot up from the ground, ensnaring Elise and Dante before they could react. The two wolves struggled against the bindings, but the silver burned their skin, forcing them to stop. "Trap!" Lucas shouted, but it was too late. Wolves with glowing blue eyes emerged from the shadows, their movements swift and deliberate. They wore armor adorned with the Moonveil Order's sigil, and their weapons gleamed ominously in the faint light. "So predictable," a voice drawled from the shadows. Zoe turned to see Onyx, the leader of the Moonveil Order, step into the clearing. His piercing black eyes locked onto her, and a cold smile spread across his face. "I knew you couldn't resist the lure of the keystone," he said. "And now here you are, delivering it right into my hands." Zoe stepped forward, her claws extending as she met Onyx's gaze. "You're not getting the keystone." Onyx chuckled, his tone mocking. "You're brave. I'll give you that, but bravery won't save you from what's coming." Andre moved to Zoe's side, his gray eyes sharp. "You think you've won, but you've underestimated us before." Onyx's smile widened. "And yet, here you are, trapped, outnumbered, and carrying the one thing I need to destroy you." Zoe's mind raced as she assessed the situation. They were surrounded, their healer and elder incapacitated, and the Moonveil wolves were closing in. But she refused to give in to despair. The fight erupted with brutal intensity. Zoe and her team moved as one, their unity and skill honed by the trials they had endured. Diana fought with relentless ferocity, her claws flashing as she took down two of the Moonveil wolves in quick succession. Andre was a blur of precision, his strikes calculated and devastating. Lucas joined the fray, his sharp instincts and agility allowing him to outmaneuver their enemies. Zoe focused on Onyx, her movements fluid and powerful, as she engaged him directly. His strength was formidable, his strikes carrying an unnatural energy that tested her limits. "You can't win, Zoe," Onyx taunted, his blade clashing with her claws. "The keystone belongs to us. It always has." "You're wrong," Zoe growled, her emerald eyes blazing. "It belongs to my pack, and I'll die before I let you take it." While the others fought, Elise struggled against the silver net that held her and Dante captive. The bindings burned her skin, but she refused to give up. "We can't just sit here," Elise muttered, her voice strained. Dante nodded, his expression pained but resolute. "The wards on this net are strong, but they're not invincible. Focus your energy on the center. It's the weakest point." Elise concentrated, channeling her healing energy into a sharp burst. The net flickered and dissolved, freeing them both. Without hesitation, Elise rushed to assist Zoe, her healing abilities keeping the team on their feet as they fought. The tide of the battle shifted when Onyx signaled for reinforcements. More wolves emerged from the shadows, their glowing eyes and enhanced strength tipping the scales against Zoe's team. "We're getting overwhelmed," Diana shouted, her strikes growing slower as exhaustion set in. Zoe gritted her teeth, her claws slashing through another attacker. "We can't let them win. Hold your ground." Andre moved to her side, his gray eyes meeting hers. "We need to get the keystone out of here. If they capture it—" "They won't," Zoe said fiercely. Realizing the battle was unwinnable, Zoe made a split-second decision. "Fall back," she shouted, Get to the settlement." The team began to retreat, fighting their way through the enemy forces. Zoe stayed at the rear, ensuring everyone made it out of the clearing. Onyx's voice echoed behind them, filled with cold amusement. "Run while you can, Alfa, but the keystone will be mine." By the time they reached the safety of their territory, the team was battered and bloodied but alive. The air was thick with tension as they regrouped, their exhaustion visible in every movement. Zoe paced the edge of the clearing, her mind racing. Onyx's forces had been more organized and powerful than she had anticipated. They were running out of time. Andre approached her, his expression grim. "We can't keep running. If we don't find a way to stop them, they'll destroy everything." Zoe nodded, her emerald eyes blazing with determination. "Then we prepare for war. This ends here." Chapter 23. Visions of Betrayal. The tension in the settlement was palpable when Zoe and her team returned. Though the pack had been preparing for war, their spirits were shaken at the sight of their battered leaders. The lunar keystone, still humming faintly in Zoe's possession, felt heavier than ever, a symbol of hope and danger intertwined. Zoe tried to steady her breathing as she crossed the threshold of the council lodge. The pack's leadership had gathered, their expressions grim as they waited for her report. The murmurs started before Zoe could speak. "Another attack? How long can we keep this up?" "We're not ready for this kind of war." Lucas raised a hand, his sharp voice cutting through the noise. "Enough. Let Zoe speak." Zoe stepped forward, her emerald eyes scanning the room. "The Moonveil Order ambushed us near the ridge. Onyx himself was there. They know we have the keystone, and they'll come for it soon." The murmurs grew louder, fear rippling through the group. "We can't let that happen," Zoe continued. "We've fortified our defenses, and we have the advantage of knowing this land. But we need to stay united. The Order thrives on division, and we can't give them what they want." That night, as Zoe sat in her cabin trying to formulate a plan, sleep overtook her. But it was no ordinary rest. She found herself in the same silver-lit meadow from her previous dream. The wolves of her ancestors surrounded her once again, their forms shifting and glowing like the light of the moon. Mara, the silver-haired woman who had guided her before, stepped forward. Her expression was grave, her emerald eyes filled with urgency. "Zoe," Mara said, her voice echoing in the stillness, "the betrayal runs deeper than you know." "What do you mean?" Zoe asked, her heart pounding. The meadow shifted, the glowing wolves dissolving into shadows. In their place stood Anthony, his form flickering and distorted. Around him, the sigil of the Moonveil Order burned like a brand. But the vision didn't end there. The shadows coalesced into new forms. Other pack members, their faces obscured, but their intentions clear. "They've infiltrated your pack," Mara said. "The traitors are not just outsiders. They are among you, waiting to strike." Zoe's stomach twisted as the vision faded, the meadow dissolving into darkness. Zoe woke with a start, her breathing ragged and her skin slick with sweat. The weight of the vision pressed down on her, a mix of fear and fury coursing through her veins. She gathered Lucas, Diana, Andre, and Dante in the council lodge, her voice trembling as she recounted what she had seen. "There's more than one traitor," she said. "Anthony wasn't working alone. Someone else in the pack is feeding information to the Order." The room fell silent, the revelation sinking in. Diana's claws extended, her eyes narrowing. "If that's true, we need to root them out. Now." "We can't act without proof," Dante cautioned. "Accusing the wrong person could destroy the pack's unity entirely." Lucas frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on Zoe. "Do you think the vision is reliable?" Zoe nodded. Every warning I've received from the ancestors has been true. We have to take this seriously." As the team strategized, Zoe couldn't ignore the way the vision lingered in her mind. Every interaction with the pack felt weighted, every glance tinged with suspicion. Andre noticed her unease as they patrolled the borders later that day. "You're distracted," he said. Zoe shook her head. "I can't stop thinking about the vision. What if the traitor is someone we trust?" Andre's gray eyes darkened. "If that's the case, we'll deal with it. But don't let paranoia cloud your judgment. The pack needs a leader, not someone who second-guesses everyone." Zoe sighed, his words striking a nerve. "You're right, but it's hard to lead when I don't know who to trust." Andre placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch grounding her. "Then trust your instincts. They've gotten us this far." The breakthrough came 2 nights later. Diana, ever the skeptic but fiercely loyal to Zoe, decided to investigate on her own. She had noticed strange behavior among some of the pack members, delayed responses to commands, supplies going missing, whispers that stopped when she entered a room. Late that night, she followed one of the wolves she suspected, a young scout named Bryn, into the woods. Bryn was supposed to be on border patrol, but instead, she moved deeper into the forest, her movements cautious and deliberate. Diana kept her distance, her sharp eyes never losing sight of her quarry. When Bryn stopped near a hollowed-out tree and pulled out a small, glowing crystal bearing the Moonveil sigil, Diana's suspicions were confirmed. "You've got some explaining to do," Diana said, stepping into the clearing. Bryn froze, the crystal falling from her hand. "Diana, I can explain." "Save it," Diana snapped. "You're coming with me." Bryn was brought to the council lodge under guard, her pale face a mask of fear. The pack leaders gathered, their expressions ranging from fury to disbelief. "Why, Bryn?" Zoe asked, her voice heavy with disappointment. "Why betray your pack?" Bryn hesitated, her hands trembling. "I didn't want to, but they forced me. They said they'd kill my family if I didn't give them information." "And what did you tell them?" Lucas demanded, his voice sharp. Bryn's eyes filled with tears. "Everything. About the medallions, the keystone, the patrol schedules, everything they asked for." The room erupted into chaos, the pack leaders shouting over one another. "Enough!" Zoe shouted, her voice cutting through the noise. The room fell silent, all eyes on her. "Bryn will face justice for what she's done," Zoe said. "But she's not the only one. The Order has others working for them, and we need to find them before it's too late." The discovery of Bryn's betrayal sent shockwaves through the pack. Trust was already fragile, and now it felt like it was breaking apart entirely. Wolves eyed each other warily, their movements stiff with suspicion. Zoe knew she had to act quickly to restore unity. The final battle with the Moonveil Order was drawing closer, and they couldn't afford to face it as a fractured pack. Standing before the gathered wolves, Zoe raised her voice. "This pack has faced betrayal before, and we've survived it. We are stronger than the fear they're trying to sow. Trust in me. Trust in each other. That's how we win." Chapter 24. The truth revealed. The air in the settlement was tense, every wolf on edge as the revelation of Bryn's betrayal rippled through the pack. The knowledge that the Moonveil Order had infiltrated their ranks cut deeper than any claw. It wasn't just Bryn. Her confession suggested others might still be hiding in plain sight, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Zoe stood at the center of it all, the weight of leadership pressing down on her shoulders like never before. The lunar keystone rested in her possession, but its power now felt as much a burden as a blessing. As the pack looked to her for guidance, Zoe knew she needed answers, and fast. Bryn sat in the holding cabin, her hands bound and her eyes red from hours of crying. Zoe entered the room, her emerald eyes cold and unreadable as she closed the door behind her. "You've told us a lot, Bryn," Zoe said, her voice steady, "but I need to know everything. Who else is working with the Order?" Bryn's lip quivered, her gaze dropping to the floor. "I don't know their names," she whispered. "We never met in person. They used messengers, symbols, codes." Zoe's fists clenched at her sides. "Then tell me about the codes, the symbols, anything that can help us identify them." Bryn hesitated before nodding. "There's one, a mark they leave. It looks like a crescent moon with a slash through it. It's subtle, easy to miss, but it's always there, on letters, objects, sometimes carved into the ground." Zoe absorbed the information, her mind racing. "Why did you betray us, Bryn? Was it really just fear?" Tears welled in Bryn's eyes. "They threatened my family, Zoe. My sister, my nephew. They said they'd kill them if I didn't cooperate. I thought I could stop when it was over, but it just kept going." Zoe's expression softened slightly, though her resolve remained firm. "You've put the entire pack at risk, Bryn. Whatever happens now, I hope you understand the consequences of your actions." Armed with the new information, Zoe gathered Lucas, Andre, Diana, and Dante in the council lodge. The tension in the room was thick as they pored over maps, patrol logs, and Bryn's testimony. Dante pointed to a section of the map where the crescent and slash symbol had been found near the southern border. "This area aligns with where Bryn said the messengers moved. If we concentrate our efforts here, we might find more evidence or catch another traitor." Diana crossed her arms, her sharp eyes narrowing. "We don't have time for subtlety. If there are more traitors, we need to root them out now." "And risk alienating the rest of the pack?" Andre countered, his voice calm but firm. "If we accuse the wrong wolves, we'll destroy what little unity we have left." Zoe leaned over the map, her jaw tightening. "We don't make accusations without proof, but we also don't wait for the Order to strike first. We'll send scouts to the southern border and investigate quietly. In the meantime, we focus on fortifying our defenses." Diana and Andre led a small team to the southern border, following the trail of symbols Bryn had described. The area was dense with trees, the ground uneven, and littered with fallen leaves. After hours of searching, Diana found it, a small wooden box buried beneath a hollowed-out tree. The box was old and weathered, but the crescent and slash symbol was etched faintly into the lid. Andre knelt beside her, his gray eyes scanning the box. This could be it. Diana opened the box carefully, revealing its contents. A series of parchment scraps, each one bearing coded messages. Some were simple, others more complex, but all shared the unmistakable mark of the Moonveil Order. "This is it," Diana said, her voice grim. "Proof that the Order's been using this area for communication." Andre nodded. "Let's get this back to Zoe." The coded messages were brought to the council lodge, where Dante worked tirelessly to decipher them. Hours passed as he carefully translated the symbols into words, his brow furrowed with concentration. When he finally looked up, his face was pale. "This isn't just a record of communications," Dante said. "It's a list, names, patrol schedules, plans. They've been watching us for months, tracking our movements and weaknesses." Zoe leaned over the table, her heart pounding as she scanned the translated text. Her blood ran cold when she saw a name she recognized. Anthony. But his name wasn't the only one. Another name leapt off the page, one she hadn't expected. Diana. Zoe's stomach churned as she paced the lodge, the list clutched tightly in her hand. She didn't want to believe it. Diana had been by her side through every trial, fighting fiercely to protect the pack. But the evidence was damning. When Diana entered the lodge, Zoe turned to face her, her emerald eyes blazing. "We need to talk." Diana frowned, sensing the shift in Zoe's tone. "What's going on?" Zoe held up the list. "Your name is on this." Diana's eyes widened, and she stepped closer, her voice sharp. "What? That's impossible. I've done nothing but fight for this pack." "Then explain this," Zoe said, her voice hard. "Explain why the Order has you listed as one of their informants." Diana's hands clenched into fists, her expression a mix of anger and betrayal. "I don't know. I swear to you, Zoe, I've never worked with them. Someone must be setting me up." The tension in the room was suffocating, the weight of Zoe's decision pressing down on her. Zoe's instincts warred with the evidence. She wanted to believe Diana, but the stakes were too high to ignore the possibility of betrayal. "Until I can prove otherwise, I have to take precautions," Zoe said finally, her voice heavy with regret. "You're relieved of your duties for now." Diana's face twisted with fury and hurt. "You're making a mistake, Zoe. You're letting them tear us apart." "I hope you're right," Zoe said quietly, "for all our sakes." With the truth of the Order's infiltration revealed, Zoe knew time was running out. The Keystone's power had already begun to attract their enemies, and the final confrontation was inevitable. Standing before her pack, Zoe raised her voice. "The Moonveil Order thinks they can destroy us from within. They think they've already won, but they're wrong. We are stronger than their lies, stronger than their fear, and when they come for us, we'll show them the true strength of this pack." The wolves howled in unison, their voices echoing through the settlement as they rallied behind their Alfa. Zoe's emerald eyes burned with determination. The final battle was coming, and she was ready to face it, head on. Chapter 25. The ambush, the howls of the pack echoed in Zoe's ears as she stood before them, her emerald eyes scanning the determined faces of her wolves. The revelation of betrayal had shaken them, but it had also unified them in defiance. The Moonveil Order was coming, and Zoe's pack would be ready, or so she thought. The morning after the rally, the settlement was a hive of activity. Wolves sharpened weapons, reinforced barriers, and prepared for the inevitable battle. Yet despite their preparations, Zoe couldn't shake the gnawing sense that something wasn't right. Andre approached her near the training grounds, his gray eyes filled with concern. "You look like you're carrying the weight of the world." "I am," Zoe replied, her voice low. "I can't stop thinking about the list, about Diana." Andre hesitated, his voice measured. "You made the right call. If there's even a chance—" "I know," Zoe interrupted, though her heart ached with doubt. "But it doesn't make it any easier." Before Andre could respond, Lucas appeared, his expression grim. "We've spotted movement near the eastern border. It could be them." Zoe wasted no time. She called her most skilled fighters, Andre, Lucas, and Mara, to join her in investigating the eastern border. The rest of the pack remained behind under Dante's leadership, tasked with fortifying the settlement and protecting the lunar keystone. As the group moved through the dense forest, the sense of unease grew stronger. The silence was unnatural, the usual sounds of birds and rustling leaves replaced by an oppressive stillness. "This feels wrong," Lucas muttered, his sharp eyes scanning the trees. Zoe nodded, her claws itching to extend. Stay alert. This could be a trap. They reached the border without incident, but what they found sent a chill down Zoe's spine. The ground was littered with symbols, crescent moons with slashes through them, etched into the dirt and carved into tree trunks. A lone wolf stood at the edge of the clearing, their back turned to the group. It's a lure, Andre said quietly. We can't ignore it, Zoe replied, her voice firm. As Zoe stepped into the clearing, the lone wolf turned to face her. It was Anthony. Zoe, he said smoothly, his dark eyes gleaming. We meet again. Zoe's claws extended, her emerald eyes blazing. You shouldn't have come back. Anthony smirked. Oh, I never really left, and neither did they. At his signal, wolves with glowing blue eyes emerged from the shadows surrounding Zoe and her team. Their movements were silent, their glowing weapons glinting ominously in the faint light. Zoe's heart pounded, but she refused to show fear. Hold your ground, she commanded. Anthony's laughter rang out, cold and mocking. Still trying to play the leader? How quaint. But this time, you won't walk away unscathed. The fight erupted with brutal intensity. Zoe's team moved with practiced precision, their unity and skill allowing them to hold their own against the ambush. Lucas darted through the fray, his sharp instincts and agility allowing him to outmaneuver the enemy. Mara fought fiercely, her claws slashing through the attackers with ruthless efficiency. Andre stayed close to Zoe, his gray eyes focused and his strikes calculated. The two fought back to back, their movements perfectly synchronized. Anthony watched from the edge of the clearing, his dark smile never fading. You're putting up quite the fight, he called out, but you're only delaying the inevitable. Then come fight me yourself, Zoe snarled, her claws cutting through another attacker. Anthony's smile widened. Patience, dear niece. All in good time. The battle raged on, the odds stacked against Zoe's team. The Moonveil wolves were relentless, their enhanced abilities pushing the group to their limits. We can't keep this up, Lucas shouted, his strikes slowing as exhaustion set in. Zoe gritted her teeth, her claws slashing through an attacker. We have to! Andre stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. Zoe, we need to fall back. If we stay here, we're finished. Zoe hesitated, her pride and determination warring with the reality of their situation. Finally, she nodded. Retreat. Back to the settlement. The team fought their way out of the clearing, their movements desperate but coordinated. Anthony made no move to follow, his laughter echoing behind them. By the time they reached the safety of the settlement, Zoe and her team were battered and bloodied, but alive. The pack gathered to meet them, their expressions a mix of relief and concern. What happened? Dante asked, his voice heavy with worry. It was an ambush, Zoe said, her emerald eyes blazing. Anthony's back, and he's working with the Order. They're more organized and more dangerous than we thought. The pack murmured among themselves, their fear palpable. Zoe raised her voice, cutting through the noise. But they didn't win. We're still standing, and we'll be ready for them when they come. Later that night, Zoe stood at the edge of the settlement, staring out into the dark forest. The lunar keystone rested heavy in her pack, its glow faint but steady. Andre joined her, his presence quiet but grounding. They're coming for us, Zoe said softly, her voice filled with determination. And we'll be ready. Andre nodded. We will. Together. Chapter 26. The confrontation. The settlement bristled with nervous energy. Every wolf felt the impending clash looming just beyond the forest's edge. The Moonveil Order had declared its intent, and their leader, Onyx, was undoubtedly planning the final blow. Anthony's return added another layer of betrayal, his taunt still echoing in Zoe's mind. The lunar keystone resting in its protective case inside the council lodge pulsed faintly, its energy a constant reminder of the burden Zoe bore. She couldn't shake the feeling that the final confrontation would determine not only the fate of her pack, but the legacy of her bloodline. Zoe stood at the head of the council lodge, her emerald eyes sweeping over the assembled leaders. Lucas, Mara, Dante, and Elise sat around the table, their expressions ranging from grim determination to quiet unease. Diana stood to the side, her arms crossed and her gaze steady, despite her temporary removal from active duty. "We know the Order is coming," Zoe began, her voice firm, "and we know Anthony is working with them. This isn't just an attack on the keystone, it's an attack on everything we stand for. We need to be ready." Mara leaned forward, her sharp eyes narrowing. "What's the plan then? Do we wait for them to come to us, or do we take the fight to them?" "If we wait, we can use the defenses we've built," Lucas said. "The settlement is our strongest position." Dante shook his head. "But it's also where we're most vulnerable. If they breach the settlement, the keystone is as good as theirs." Zoe nodded thoughtfully. "We'll fortify the settlement, but we won't wait passively. We'll set a trap, lure them into the territory, and catch them off guard." After the meeting, Zoe pulled Diana aside. Though her faith in Diana's loyalty had been shaken by the evidence, she couldn't ignore the fact that Diana had proven herself invaluable in past battles. "I need you," Zoe said, her voice low but earnest. Diana's sharp gaze met hers, her expression unreadable. "Do you? Because it didn't feel that way when you stripped me of my duties." Zoe's jaw tightened. "You know why I had to do it." Diana sighed, her posture softening slightly. "I've fought beside you through everything, Zoe. If you trust me, let me fight again." Zoe hesitated for only a moment before nodding. "Prove them wrong, Diana. Prove me right." The hours leading up to the battle were a blur of activity. Wolves patrolled the borders, sharpened their weapons, and prepared traps in the forest to slow the Order's advance. The settlement hummed with tension, every wolf acutely aware that the future of their pack hung in the balance. Zoe stood with Andre near the center of the settlement, their gazes fixed on the forest beyond. "They'll come soon," Andre said, his gray eyes scanning the tree line. "I know," Zoe replied, her voice steady. "And when they do, we'll be ready." Andre placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch grounding her. "You've brought them this far. They'll follow you anywhere." The first sign of the attack was a low, haunting howl that echoed through the forest. Then, like shadows emerging from the mist, the Moonveil Order's forces appeared. Wolves with glowing blue eyes moved in perfect formation, their movements precise and synchronized. At their center stood Onyx, his piercing black eyes locked on the settlement. Anthony stood beside him, his smirk taunting Zoe, even from a distance. "Stay in position," Zoe commanded, her voice carrying across the pack. "Wait for my signal." The Order moved closer, their steps eerily silent despite their numbers. The tension was suffocating, every wolf poised to strike. Then Onyx raised his hand, and the battle began. The clash was immediate and brutal. Wolves collided with feral intensity, claws and teeth flashing as the sounds of growls and yelps filled the air. Zoe fought at the front lines, her movements swift and precise, as she took down one attacker after another. Andre fought beside her, his strikes calculated and devastating. Diana was a whirlwind of motion, her claws slashing through the enemy with practiced ease. Even Lucas, who typically avoided direct combat, held his own, his agility allowing him to outmaneuver his opponents. But the Moonveil Order's forces were relentless, their enhanced strength and precision testing the pack's limits. Zoe's focus shifted as Onyx and Anthony moved toward the center of the settlement, their intent clear. They were heading for the Council Lodge and the Keystone. "Lucas, take command here," Zoe shouted as she broke away from the front lines. "Andre, with me." The two sprinted toward the lodge, cutting through the chaos with single-minded determination. When they reached the lodge, they found Onyx and Anthony standing before the Keystone's case, their expressions triumphant. "You're too late," Onyx said, his voice cold. "Not yet," Zoe growled, her claws extending. Anthony smirked, his dark eyes gleaming. "Careful, Zoe. Family ties make things complicated." The fight inside the lodge was a maelstrom of fury and power. Onyx's strength was almost overwhelming, his blows sending shockwaves through the air. Zoe fought with everything she had, her claws slicing through the space between them as she blocked and countered his attacks. Andre squared off against Anthony, their battle equally fierce. Anthony's taunts were relentless, his strikes aimed to injure and provoke, but Andre's resolve didn't waver, his movements focused and unyielding. "You'll never be one of them," Anthony sneered as their blades clashed. Andre's gray eyes burned with determination. "I don't need to be one of them, I just need to stop you." With a surge of strength, Zoe landed a devastating blow, her claws slashing across Onyx's chest. The Moonveil leader staggered, his dark eyes wide with shock before he collapsed to the ground. The room fell silent for a moment, the weight of Onyx's defeat sinking in. Anthony's smirk faltered as he saw his leader fall. He turned to flee, but Andre was faster, pinning him to the ground with a snarl. "It's over," Andre said, his voice low and fierce. The Moonveil forces, sensing their leader's defeat, began to retreat. The pack rallied, their howls of victory echoing through the forest. Zoe stood in the center of the lodge, the keystone still glowing faintly in its case. She looked at Andre, then at the rest of her pack as they gathered around her. "It's not over yet," she said, her voice firm. "But tonight we've shown them what it means to be a pack. Together, we'll finish this." Chapter 27. A dangerous discovery. The aftermath of the battle left the settlement in a fragile state. Though the Moonveil Order had retreated, the cost of victory was evident in the bruised and battered bodies of the pack. Wolves tended to their wounds, rebuilt damaged structures, and buried their fallen. Zoe stood at the edge of the council lodge, her emerald eyes scanning the horizon. Onyx's lifeless body had been removed from the lodge and burned, a symbolic gesture to sever his connection to the Moonveil Order's plans. But the threat was far from over. Inside, the lunar keystone hummed faintly in its case, its power both a beacon of hope and a source of looming danger. Zoe called a council meeting that evening. The lodge was quieter than usual, the weight of recent losses hanging heavy in the air. Andre, Lucas, Diana, Dante, and Mara sat around the table, their faces etched with exhaustion. "We've dealt the Order a serious blow," Zoe began, her voice steady despite her weariness. "But we all know they're not finished. Onyx may be dead, but their network is vast. Someone else will rise to take his place." Diana leaned forward, her sharp eyes narrowing. "We need to go on the offensive, find their bases, root them out before they regroup." Lucas shook his head. "And leave the settlement vulnerable? We barely survived this attack." Andre, his gray eyes thoughtful, spoke up. "Diana's right. If we don't act now, we're giving them time to rebuild. But we need to be smart about it. hit their key locations and disrupt their plans. Zoe nodded, her mind racing. We'll split our forces. A small team will infiltrate the Order's base, while the rest stay here to protect the settlement. The next morning, as the pack worked to fortify the settlement, a patrol discovered something alarming near the southern border. Beneath a hollowed-out tree, they found a cache of weapons and documents bearing the Moonveil Order's sigil. Zoe and Andre rushed to the site, their expressions grim as they examined the discovery. The cache contained silver-tipped weapons, potions laced with wolfsbane, and maps of the surrounding territory, detailed, precise, and disturbingly accurate. They've been planning this for a long time, Andre said, his voice low. Zoe's fists clenched as she studied the maps. These are scouting patterns. They've mapped out every inch of our territory. Diana arrived moments later, her expression unreadable. There's more, she said, holding up a sealed letter. We found this buried with the weapons. Zoe took the letter, her heart pounding as she broke the seal. The contents confirmed her worst fears. The Moonveil Order wasn't retreating. They were regrouping for a final assault, one aimed directly at the lunar keystone. Back at the settlement, Zoe called another meeting, the urgency in her voice silencing the room. She spread the documents across the table, the maps and letters painting a grim picture of the Order's next move. They're planning an all-out assault, Zoe said. This cache was just the beginning. They know where we are and they're coming for the keystone. Mara frowned, her sharp eyes scanning the documents. We need to get ahead of them. If they're regrouping, there has to be a central location where they're coordinating everything. Dante pointed to a section of the map marked with strange symbols. This area, the Shadow Vale Gorge. It's remote, well hidden, and strategically positioned. If I were leading the Order, that's where I'd set up my command. Zoe nodded, her jaw tightening. Then that's where we'll go. Zoe knew the mission would be dangerous, and the team she chose would need to be both skilled and trustworthy. After careful consideration, she called Andre, Diana, Lucas, and Elise to her side. You're the best we have, Zoe said, her emerald eyes scanning each of them. This won't be easy, but if we can disrupt their plans, we can end this war before it destroys us. Lucas frowned. And what about the settlement? Who protects it while we're gone? I'll leave Mara and Dante in charge, Zoe replied. The pack will be safe with them. Andre stepped forward, his gray eyes steady. When do we leave? Tonight, Zoe said. We can't give them any more time. The team set out under cover of darkness, the lunar keystone safely hidden in the settlement. The forest was eerily quiet as they moved through the dense undergrowth, their senses on high alert for any signs of danger. Zoe led the way, her mind focused on the mission. Andre stayed close behind her, his movements silent and deliberate. Lucas and Diana flanked the group, their sharp eyes scanning the trees, while Elise brought up the rear, her healing supplies carefully packed. As they approached the gorge, the terrain grew harsher, the air grew colder, and the trees became sparse, their twisted forms casting long shadows in the moonlight. We're close, Dante had warned before they left. The Order's magic will make the area feel unnatural. Trust your instincts. As they descended into the gorge, the faint glow of torches appeared in the distance. The group froze, their senses on high alert, as they spotted a small patrol of Moonveil wolves guarding the entrance to what appeared to be a hidden cave. Zoe held up a hand, signaling for silence. We take them out quietly, she whispered. No alarms. Andre nodded, his gray eyes narrowing. Leave it to me. Moving with the precision of a predator, Andre dispatched the guards one by one, his strikes silent and lethal. Within minutes, the entrance was clear. Zoe stepped forward, her claws extending. This is it. Whatever's inside, we end it here. Chapter 28. The attack. The entrance to the cave loomed before Zoe and her team, shrouded in an unnatural silence that set her instincts on edge. The faint glow of torches from deeper within flickered against the jagged stone walls, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. This is it, Zoe said, her voice low but firm. Whatever they're planning, it ends here. Andre stepped to her side, his gray eyes scanning the entrance. We go in quietly. If they know we're here, they'll turn this place into a death trap. Diana nodded, her claws extending. Let's make it quick. The team moved into the cave, their steps silent as they descended into the Moonveil Order's hidden stronghold. The cave opened into a vast underground chamber, its walls lined with carved symbols that pulsed faintly with blue light. Wolves in dark armor moved purposefully through the space, their glowing eyes a testament to the unnatural power the Moonveil Order wielded. At the center of the chamber stood a raised platform, where a large map of the surrounding territory was spread out. A figure Zoe recognized all too well, Anthony, stood beside it, his smirk visible even from a distance. Onyx's death hadn't slowed him down. If anything, he seemed more confident, as if he'd been waiting for this moment. We take them out before they can sound an alarm, Zoe whispered, her emerald eyes blazing. Andre nodded. I'll cover the left flank. Lucas, Diana, take the right. Zoe, you're with me. The team moved into position, their movements synchronized like a well-rehearsed dance. Andre struck first, his blade slicing through the throat of a guard before the wolf could react. Lucas and Diana followed suit, taking out the sentries on the right side with swift, efficient strikes. Zoe focused her attention on Anthony, her claws itching to tear through the smirk on his face. She moved closer, her every step calculated and silent. But before she could strike, Anthony's head snapped up, his dark eyes locking onto hers. Well, well, he drawled, his voice carrying across the chamber. I was wondering when you'd show up. The room erupted into chaos. The Moonveil wolves charged, their glowing eyes and enhanced strength making them formidable opponents. Zoe's team fought with everything they had, their movements a seamless blend of offense and defense. Zoe engaged Anthony directly, her claws slashing through the air as he dodged and countered with calculated precision. You've always been so predictable, Zoe, Anthony sneered as their strikes collided, still clinging to that misplaced sense of duty. And you're still a coward, Zoe shot back, her voice filled with fury, selling out your family for power. Anthony's smirk faltered, replaced by a snarl. You don't understand what it takes to lead. You never did. As the battle raged on, Zoe caught sight of Andre locked in combat with a towering Moonveil wolf. The enemy's strength was overwhelming, but Andre's precision and determination kept him in the fight. Suddenly, the wolf shifted its attention to Elise, who was tending to a wounded Lucas near the edge of the chamber. The wolf lunged, its claws aimed for her throat. Without hesitation, Andre intercepted the attack, his blade slicing through the wolf's arm even as its claws raked across his chest. Andre! Zoe shouted, her heart racing as she saw him stagger. I'm fine, he called back, his voice strained but steady. Focus on Anthony. As the battle reached its peak, Zoe finally gained the upper hand against Anthony. She knocked him to the ground, her claws poised at his throat. Give me one reason not to kill you, she growled. Anthony laughed, the sound bitter and hollow. You think killing me will end this? The order doesn't stop with me. They're everywhere. They'll come for you, for your pack, for the keystone, and you can't stop them. Watch me, Zoe said, her voice cold as she drove her claws into his chest. Anthony's laughter turned to a choked gasp, his body falling limp beneath her. As Anthony's life faded, the energy in the chamber shifted. The glowing symbols on the walls began to flicker and fade, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. "They're collapsing the cave," Diana shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. "Move," Zoe commanded, her emerald eyes scanning for her team. Andre and Elise helped Lucas to his feet, the group retreating toward the entrance as the cave began to crumble around them. Rocks fell from the ceiling, the sound of grinding stone deafening as the Moonveil Order's remaining forces scattered. The team barely made it out of the cave as the entrance collapsed behind them, a cloud of dust and debris billowing into the night sky. They stood in silence for a moment, their breaths ragged and their bodies trembling with exhaustion. "It's done," Zoe said finally, her voice heavy with relief. "The Order's base is destroyed." Andre, his chest still bleeding from the earlier attack, managed a faint smile. "For now." Zoe nodded, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "For now." When the team returned to the settlement, the pack greeted them with howls of triumph. Though the fight wasn't over, they had dealt a decisive blow to the Moonveil Order. Zoe stood before her pack, the weight of their victory and their losses heavy on her shoulders. "This isn't the end," she said, her voice firm but weary. "The Order is still out there, but tonight we've shown them what it means to stand together, and we'll be ready for whatever comes next." The pack howled in unison, their voices echoing through the night. Chapter 29. Betrayal Revealed. The return to the settlement after the battle at Shadowvale Gorge brought no solace. Though they had struck a decisive blow against the Moonveil Order, Zoe felt an unease settling in her chest. The enemy might have been scattered, but their determination to claim the lunar keystone remained a looming threat. And then there was Anthony's dying warning, "The Order doesn't stop with me. They're everywhere." Those words echoed in her mind as she stood in the council lodge, surrounded by her most trusted allies. The lunar keystone rested on the table between them, its soft glow a reminder of what they were fighting for. Diana leaned against the wall, her sharp eyes scanning the room. "We've dealt with Anthony and their base. What's our next move?" Lucas frowned, his arms crossed. "We still don't know how many of them are out there, or who we can trust." Andre, seated near the table, nodded. "The Order's strength lies in their infiltration. Anthony wasn't the only one. There are others, possibly even here." Zoe's jaw tightened. "Then we find them. No more hiding, no more secrets." Dante, standing at the far end of the room, spoke softly. "The truth will come out, Zoe, but be prepared. When it does, it may not be what you want to hear." As the pack gathered for the evening's debrief, Zoe noticed that one of their key warriors, Mara, was missing. The absence was unusual. Mara had always been punctual and involved in pack meetings. "Has anyone seen Mara?" Zoe asked, her voice cutting through the chatter. A ripple of unease spread through the group. Lucas stepped forward, his brow furrowed. "She left to patrol the eastern border this morning. She hasn't reported back." Zoe's stomach twisted. "Send a search party. If she's in trouble, we need to find her." Andre nodded, already moving to organize the patrol. The search party returned just before dawn, their faces grim. At their center was Mara, her wrists bound with thick cords, and her expression a mixture of defiance and guilt. "She was at the border," Andre reported, his voice heavy, "meeting with a Moonveil messenger. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the pack as Zoe stepped forward, her emerald eyes locking onto Mara's. "Is it true?" Mara raised her chin, her sharp eyes blazing. "You don't understand, Zoe. The Order isn't what you think." "Then explain," Zoe said, her voice cold. Mara hesitated, her defiance faltering. "They're not just after the keystone. They want to change everything, to end the old ways, to unite all wolves under one rule." "And that rule would be theirs," Zoe snapped. "They promised equality," Mara said, her voice rising. "A chance to end the cycles of bloodshed and betrayal. I thought they could bring peace." "You betrayed your pack," Zoe said, her voice shaking with a mix of fury and disbelief. "You put all of us at risk for their lies." The council gathered in the lodge to determine Mara's fate. The air was thick with tension, every wolf acutely aware of the weight of their decision. "She deserves exile," Lucas said firmly. "She made her choice." "No," Diana countered. "Exile would make her a weapon for the Order. If we let her go, she'll come back with more of them." Andre remained silent, his gray eyes fixed on Mara. Finally, Zoe raised a hand, silencing the debate. "Mara will remain here, under guard. She's betrayed us, but she's still one of us, and she may have information we can use against the Order." Mara's expression was unreadable as she was escorted from the room. That night, Zoe stood outside the lodge, staring up at the moon. The settlement was quiet, but her mind raced with thoughts of betrayal, unity, and the battles yet to come. Andre approached, his footsteps soft against the ground. "You did the right thing," he said quietly. Zoe sighed, her emerald eyes flicking to him. "Did I? The pack's divided. The Order is still out there, and every decision I make feels like a gamble." Andre placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch steadying her. "You're an Alpha, Zoe. That's what leadership is, making the hard choices and living with them." Zoe nodded, her resolve hardening. "Then we move forward. No more shadows, no more doubts. We end this." Chapter 30. Preparing for war. The settlement was alive with a frenzied energy. Wolves moved through the camp with purpose, fortifying defenses, sharpening weapons, and preparing supplies. The discovery of Mara's betrayal had shaken the pack, but it also ignited a fierce determination. The Moonveil Order's attack was inevitable, and every wolf knew the coming battle would decide their fate. Zoe stood at the center of it all, issuing orders and ensuring every detail was accounted for. The weight of leadership pressed down on her, but she carried it with a steady resolve. The council lodge buzzed with activity as Zoe met with her closest allies. Andre, Lucas, Diana, Dante, and Elise were all present, their expressions grim but focused. "We have 2 objectives," Zoe began, her emerald eyes sweeping over the group. "First, we protect the keystone at all costs. Second, we ensure the Order doesn't leave this territory." Lucas leaned forward, his sharp eyes narrowing. "Do we know how many we're up against?" Dante tapped a map spread across the table. "From what we've seen, they'll bring their full force, likely 3 times our numbers." "We've faced worse odds," Diana said, her tone resolute. Andre nodded. "But they'll come with more than just numbers. They'll use strategy, magic, and fear to try to break us." Zoe's jaw tightened. "Then we fight smarter. We know this land better than they do, and we have something they don't, a reason to protect it." Later, Zoe visited Mara, who was being held in a secure cabin under constant guard. The tension between them was palpable as Zoe stepped inside, her emerald eyes fixed on the woman who had once been a trusted ally. If you want any hope of redemption, you'll tell me everything you know, Zoe said, her voice cold but measured. Mara hesitated, then sighed. They'll attack from 3 points: the northern ridge, the river crossing, and the eastern forest. Their leader is a wolf named Nyx. She's worse than Onyx. Colder, smarter, and more ruthless. Why would you follow someone like that? Zoe asked, her voice laced with disbelief. Mara's gaze dropped. I believed in their promises. I thought they could bring peace. I was wrong. Zoe studied her for a moment, then nodded. If we survive this, you'll have a chance to prove yourself. But if you betray us again, there won't be a second chance. Using the information Mara provided, Zoe divided the pack into 3 defensive units. Lucas would lead the Northern Ridge team, using the high ground to their advantage. Diana would command the river crossing, a natural choke point that could stall the Order's forces. Andre would lead the eastern forest defense, where the dense trees offered cover for ambushes. Zoe herself would remain in the settlement, guarding the lunar keystone and coordinating the battle from the council lodge. The keystone is our greatest strength and our greatest vulnerability, Zoe said during the final briefing. If they get their hands on it, everything we've fought for will be lost. Her words carried weight, and every wolf present nodded in solemn agreement. As night fell, Zoe found herself standing at the edge of the settlement, staring out into the dark forest. The moon hung low in the sky, its silver light casting long shadows across the land. Andre approached, his gray eyes soft as he stood beside her. Big day tomorrow, he said. Zoe gave a faint smile. Understatement of the century. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of what lay ahead hanging between them. Finally, Andre spoke. You've done everything you can to prepare them, he said. No matter what happens tomorrow, you've led them with courage and strength. That's all anyone can ask. Zoe looked at him, her emerald eyes reflecting the moonlight. Thank you, Andre, for standing by me, for believing in me. Always, he replied, his voice steady. The settlement was quiet, the wolves resting before the battle. Zoe walked through the camp, her presence a reassuring reminder to her pack that their Alfa was with them. As she passed, while wolves nodded respectfully, their expressions filled with a mixture of fear and determination. Zoe paused at the edge of the training grounds where Lucas was sharpening his blade. Ready? She asked. Lucas smirked. Always. Good, Zoe said, because tomorrow we show them what this pack is made of. Before returning to her cabin, Zoe stopped at the council lodge, where the lunar keystone rested in its protective case. She placed a hand on the case, the energy of the keystone pulsing faintly beneath her fingers. I don't know if I'm ready for this, she whispered, but I'll do whatever it takes to protect them, to honor what you fought for. The room was silent, but Zoe felt a quiet sense of reassurance, as if the spirits of her ancestors were with her. The first light of dawn brought with it the sounds of movement in the forest. The Moonveil Order was coming. Zoe stood at the center of the settlement, her emerald eyes scanning the tree line. The pack was ready, their defenses in place, their weapons sharp. Today we fight for our future, Zoe said, her voice carrying across the settlement, for our pack, our home, and the legacy we've built. Stand together, fight together, and we will win. The wolves howled in unison, their voices echoing through the forest, as the first wave of Moonveil forces appeared. Zoe's claws extended, her resolve burning like fire. Let's end this, she growled. Chapter 31. The March to Bloodstone. Ridge, the Moonveil Order was coming, and the pack was ready. Every wolf stood at their post, their gazes sharp, their claws extended, and their hearts united by the knowledge that this battle would decide everything. As dawn broke over the settlement, the first distant howls echoed through the forest, signaling the enemy's approach. Zoe stood at the forefront, her emerald eyes scanning the tree line. She felt the weight of her pack's trust pressing down on her shoulders, but she carried it with pride. The lunar keystone pulsed faintly in its protective case beside her, a reminder of what they were fighting for. "Hold your positions," Zoe commanded, her voice cutting through the crisp morning air. Andre stood at her side, his gray eyes calm but watchful. "They'll test our defenses first, probe for weaknesses before committing their full force." "Then we'll show them none," Zoe replied, her claws flexing in anticipation. The Moonveil Order's forces emerged from the shadows, their dark armor blending with the forest. At their head stood Nyx, the new leader of the Order. Her presence was commanding, her glowing blue eyes cold and calculating as they surveyed the settlement. Nyx raised a hand, and the Order halted. She stepped forward, her voice carrying across the battlefield. "Zoe, Alfa of this pitiful pack, surrender the keystone and I'll grant your wolves mercy." Zoe stepped forward, her emerald eyes blazing. "Your mercy isn't worth the air you waste on it, Nyx. If you want the keystone, you'll have to come and take it." Nyx's lips curled into a cruel smile. "So be it." She raised her hand again, and the first wave of Moonveil wolves charged. The battle erupted with feral intensity. The Moonveil Order's forces struck hard and fast, testing the pack's defenses with precision and force. At the northern ridge, Lucas led his team with unmatched agility, using the high ground to their advantage. Arrows and rocks rained down on the attackers, slowing their advance and forcing them to retreat momentarily. At the river crossing, Diana's team held the choke point with ferocity. The water ran red as wolves clashed in the shallows, their snarls and growls echoing through the valley. Diana's claws were a blur of motion, her strikes deadly and precise. In the eastern forest, Andre's team used the terrain to ambush the attackers, striking from the shadows and disappearing before the enemy could regroup. Andre's movements were calculated, his leadership keeping his team one step ahead of the Order. Back at the settlement, Zoe commanded the central defenses, her voice steady and strong as she directed the pack's movements. Wolves carried out her orders with precision, their trust in her leadership unwavering. The lunar keystone remained in its protective case inside the council lodge, guarded by Elise and a small group of warriors. Elise worked tirelessly to heal the wounded, her energy a vital lifeline for the pack. As the battle raged on, Zoe noticed a shift in the Order's strategy. Their forces were pulling back from the outer defenses, regrouping near the tree line. "They're planning something," Zoe muttered, her emerald eyes narrowing. Andre returned to the settlement, his armor stained with blood, but his expression calm. "They're testing us. The real attack is coming." Nyx stepped forward again, her voice filled with icy confidence. "You fight well, Zoe. But tell me, how many of your wolves are you willing to lose for a relic you barely understand?" Zoe growled, her claws flexing. "The keystone isn't just a relic. It's a symbol of everything we've fought to protect." Nyx's smile widened. "Then let's see how far you'll go to keep it." She raised both hands, and a surge of magical energy rippled through the battlefield. The ground trembled, and shadowy figures emerged from the earth, twisted, wolf-like creatures conjured by the Order's dark magic. Zoe's breath caught as the creatures charged, their movements unnatural and terrifying. The pack's defenses were pushed to their limits as the shadow creatures joined the battle. Their attacks were relentless, their forms almost impervious to physical strikes. "Focus on their cores," Dante shouted, his knowledge of magic proving invaluable. The glowing spots. Aim for those. Zoe led the charge, her claws striking with precision as she targeted the creature's weak points. Andre fought beside her, his strikes calculated and deadly. The pack adapted quickly, their unity and determination giving them the edge they needed. But the toll was heavy, and the wounded began to outnumber the healers. Realizing that the battle couldn't be won through defense alone, Zoe made a daring decision. "We need to take out Nyx," she said, her voice resolute. "Cut off the head, and the rest will fall." Andre nodded. "I'll cover you." Zoe and Andre pushed through the chaos, cutting a path toward Nyx. The Order's forces closed in around them, but the pair fought with relentless determination, their movements perfectly synchronized. Nyx awaited them at the edge of the battlefield, her glowing blue eyes filled with amusement. "So predictable," she said as Zoe and Andre approached. Zoe lunged at Nyx, her claws slashing through the air. Nyx dodged effortlessly, her movements precise and controlled. "You're strong, Alfa," Nyx said, her voice cold. "But strength alone won't save you." Andre struck from the side, forcing Nyx to retreat momentarily. "It's not just strength," he said. "It's unity." The battle was brutal, each strike testing Zoe's limits. Nyx's magic made her a formidable opponent, but Zoe's determination burned brighter than any spell. Finally, with a roar of defiance, Zoe landed a devastating blow, her claws raking across Nyx's chest. Nyx staggered, her glowing eyes dimming as she collapsed to the ground. With Nyx defeated, the Order's forces faltered. The shadow creatures dissolved into wisps of smoke, and the remaining wolves retreated, their morale shattered. Zoe stood over Nyx's lifeless body, her chest heaving as she surveyed the battlefield. The pack's howls of victory echoed through the forest, their unity and strength carrying them through the hardest fight of their lives. As the sun set, the pack regrouped in the settlement. The wounded were tended to, the fallen mourned, and the surviving warriors celebrated their hard-won victory. Zoe stood before her pack, her emerald eyes shining with pride and determination. "We fought as one," she said. "We protected our home, our legacy, and each other. The Order thought they could break us, but we've shown them what it means to stand together." The pack howled in unison, their voices carrying into the night. Chapter 32. A Battle Strategy. The battlefield lay quiet in the aftermath of the initial clash. The retreat of the Moonveil Order's forces gave the pack a brief but fragile reprieve. As the wolves regrouped within the settlement, Zoe knew the lull wouldn't last long. Nyx had been defeated, but the Order's network was vast, and their ambitions relentless. Zoe stood in the council lodge, surrounded by her closest allies. Maps, hastily sketched battle reports, and supply lists were spread across the table. Every wolf in the room bore the signs of the fight, bruises, cuts, and exhaustion etched into their faces, but their eyes burned with determination. Lucas leaned over the table, his sharp eyes scanning the map. "We held the line, but the damage is severe. The northern ridge defenses are gone, and we've lost too many fighters to hold the river crossing if they attack again." Diana crossed her arms, her expression grim. "We can't rely on the same strategy. They'll adapt and they won't give us time to recover." Andre nodded, his gray eyes steady. "Nyx's death has disrupted their leadership, but it won't stop them. They'll regroup under someone else, and fast." Zoe's jaw tightened. "Then we need to strike before they do. If we wait, we're giving them the advantage." Dante tapped the map, pointing to a remote section of the territory. "The Order's remaining forces are likely retreating to a fallback position. If we hit them there, we can break their momentum and force them into disarray. But that means leaving the settlement vulnerable, Lucas said, his tone cautious. Zoe shook her head. We can't afford to stay defensive. If we don't act now, they'll rebuild stronger than before. We'll divide our forces. One team will hold the settlement, while another takes the fight to the Order. The wolves exchanged uncertain glances. Splitting the pack was a risk, but Zoe's confidence was unwavering. I'll lead the strike team, Zoe continued. Lucas, you'll stay here and oversee the defenses. Diana, Andre, Elise, you're with me. The settlement buzzed with activity as the pack prepared for the next phase of the battle. Wolves reinforced barricades, distributed supplies, and tended to the wounded. Elise moved between the warriors, her healing abilities a lifeline for those who had barely survived the earlier fight. Drink this, she told a young wolf, handing him a vial of herbal tonic. It'll keep you on your feet a little longer. Andre inspected the weapons cache, ensuring every blade and arrow was ready for combat. His gray eyes flicked to Zoe as she approached. Everything's ready, he said. Good, Zoe replied. We leave at first light. That night, Zoe sat alone in the council lodge, the lunar keystone resting on the table before her. Its soft glow pulsed faintly, a constant reminder of the power it held and the danger it invited. The door creaked open, and Dante stepped inside. The elder wolf's presence was quiet but commanding as he approached the table. The keystone is more than a weapon, Zoe, he said, his voice low. It's a connection to the balance we were meant to protect. If the Order takes it, they won't just destroy us. They'll destroy everything it stands for. I won't let that happen, Zoe said firmly. Dante studied her for a moment, his expression solemn. Be careful. The keystone's power can protect, but it can also corrupt. Trust your instincts, but don't let it consume you. Zoe nodded, her resolve hardening. Thank you, Dante, for everything. As the settlement quieted, Zoe stood at the edge of the forest, the moonlight casting a silver glow over the trees. Andre joined her, his steps soft against the earth. You've made your decision, he said. I have to, Zoe replied. This is bigger than us, bigger than the pack. If we don't act now, we'll lose everything. Andre placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch grounding her. We'll follow you, Zoe, wherever this leads. Zoe met his gaze, her emerald eyes filled with determination. Then let's end this, together. At dawn, Zoe's strike team gathered at the settlement's gate. The air was crisp, the morning light casting long shadows as the wolves prepared to leave. Lucas stood beside Zoe, his sharp eyes scanning the group. Hold the line out there. We'll be ready if you need us. Zoe clasped his shoulder. You've got this, Lucas. Keep them safe. As the strike team moved into the forest, the settlement fell into a tense silence. Every wolf left behind knew that the outcome of this mission would determine their survival. The journey to the Order's fallback position was grueling. The terrain grew harsher with each step, the forest dense and foreboding. The team moved in silence, their senses on high alert for any sign of an ambush. Diana broke the quiet, her voice low. If we take out their leadership again, do you think it'll be enough to stop them? Zoe's expression was resolute. It has to be. This ends here. Andre, walking beside Zoe, scanned the shadows ahead. We're close. I can feel it. As the team approached a clearing, the scent of smoke and magic filled the air. The Order's camp lay ahead, a fortified position surrounded by a ring of glowing runes. Wolves in dark armor patrolled the perimeter, their movements sharp and precise. Zoe crouched behind a fallen tree, her emerald eyes narrowing as she studied the scene. "They've fortified their defenses. This won't be easy." Andre nodded. "But if we strike fast and hard, we can take them by surprise." Diana smirked, her claws flexing. "Fast and hard is what we do best." Zoe took a deep breath, her resolve unshakable. "Let's finish this." Chapter 33. The battle begins. The clearing lay before Zoe and her team. The Moonveil Order's camp illuminated by the eerie glow of magical runes. The scent of smoke and damp earth mingled in the air, and the faint murmur of the enemy's voices reached their ears. Every wolf in the strike team crouched low, their eyes sharp and their movements deliberate. Zoe turned to her team, her emerald gaze sweeping over them. "This is it. We hit them hard and fast. No hesitation, no second guessing. Stick to the plan and we come out of this alive." Andre nodded, his gray eyes steady. "We're with you." "Always," Diana added, her claws flexing in anticipation. With a silent signal, Zoe led her team into the fray. The initial attack was swift and devastating. Zoe's team emerged from the shadows with lethal precision, taking out the first line of guards before they could raise the alarm. Andre moved like a shadow, his strikes silent and deadly. Diana was a whirlwind of motion, her claws flashing as she cut through the enemy. Elise stayed at the rear, her healing abilities ready to assist the wounded. Zoe targeted the nearest rune, her claws slicing through the magical lines etched into the ground. The glow flickered and faded, destabilizing the Order's defenses. "They're vulnerable," Zoe called out. "Push forward." The Moonveil Order scrambled to respond, their forces pouring out of tents and fortified structures. Their glowing blue eyes and dark armor gave them a menacing appearance, but the strike team held their ground. Zoe faced a trio of wolves, their movements coordinated and ruthless. She ducked under a swipe, her claws striking upward to sever an attacker's arm. Another lunged at her, but Andre intercepted, his blade cutting through the enemy with brutal efficiency. "Nice timing," Zoe said breathlessly. Andre smirked. "Always." At the edge of the battle, Elise worked tirelessly to heal the wounded. Her hands glowed faintly as she closed a deep gash on Diana's arm. "Stay still," Elise muttered. "Tell that to them," Diana replied, nodding toward a group of Moonveil wolves charging toward them. Elise barely had time to react before the enemy was upon her. She raised a hand, a burst of defensive magic throwing the attackers back just enough for Diana to intercept. "Stick to healing, Doc," Diana said, her claws slashing through the enemy. "I've got this." Zoe's focus shifted to the center of the camp, where a large tent stood surrounded by additional runes. She knew instinctively that this was where the Order's leaders were coordinating the fight. "We need to get in there," she said to Andre. "I'll cover you," Andre replied. The pair moved toward the tent, their path blocked by a group of elite Moonveil wolves. These enemies were faster and stronger than the others, their strikes enhanced by the glowing runes on their armor. Zoe fought with everything she had, her claws slicing through the air in precise, powerful arcs. Beside her, Andre fought with equal intensity, their movements perfectly synchronized. Bursting into the command tent, Zoe and Andre found themselves face to face with a tall, imposing figure clad in dark robes. The wolf's glowing blue eyes locked onto them with a cold intensity. "You must be the Alfa," the wolf said, his voice low and menacing. "And you've brought the traitor with you. How fitting." Zoe growled, her claws extending. "Your games are over." The wolf chuckled, raising a hand. The air shimmered as tendrils of dark energy coiled around him. "Do you really think you can stop us? The keystone will be ours, and your pack will kneel before the Order." Not while I'm breathing, Zoe snarled, lunging forward. The battle inside the tent was intense and chaotic. The leader of the Order wielded dark magic with precision, his strikes forcing Zoe and Andre to work together seamlessly. Zoe dodged a blast of energy, her claws raking across the leader's arm. Andre followed up with a well-placed strike, but the wolf deflected it with a barrier of magic. "You're persistent," the leader sneered, "but persistence won't save you." "We'll see about that," Zoe shot back, her strikes growing fiercer. Finally, with a combined effort, Zoe and Andre broke through the leader's defenses. Zoe's claws found their mark, striking a fatal blow that sent him collapsing to the ground. With the leader defeated, the remaining Moonveil wolves began to falter. The pack's unity and strategy proved too strong for the fractured order, and one by one their forces either surrendered or fled into the forest. Zoe stood in the center of the camp, her chest heaving as she surveyed the battlefield. Her team gathered around her, battered but victorious. "It's over," Diana said, her voice filled with relief. "For now," Zoe replied, her emerald eyes hard. "But the Order isn't finished. Not yet." As the sun rose over the clearing, the strike team worked to destroy the remnants of the Order's stronghold. The runes were dismantled, the weapons confiscated, and the prisoners secured. Zoe stood with Andre at the edge of the camp, her thoughts heavy with the weight of their victory. "You did it," Andre said quietly. "We did it," Zoe corrected, her voice resolute. "But this is just one battle. The real fight is still ahead." Andre nodded, his gray eyes filled with respect. "Then we'll face it. Together." Chapter 34. The duel. The strike team returned to the settlement victorious, but their triumph was tempered by exhaustion and the knowledge that the Moonveil Order's threat had not yet been fully extinguished. Though their leader had fallen and the Order's camp had been dismantled, the wolves of the pack knew their enemies would regroup. As Zoe stepped through the gates, the pack gathered to greet her. Their howls of welcome were filled with pride and relief, but Zoe's emerald eyes remained fixed on the horizon. "We've won the battle," she said, her voice carrying over the assembled wolves. "But the war isn't over. The Order still has allies, and they won't stop until they have the keystone." Her words hung heavy in the air, a sobering reminder of the fight still ahead. In the council lodge, Zoe met with her closest advisors. Lucas, Diana, Andre, Elise, and Dante gathered around the central table, their faces etched with the signs of battle and worry. "The Order's forces are scattered, but that won't last long," Dante said. "They'll find another leader, someone willing to take up Nyx's mantle." Andre nodded, his gray eyes steady. "The question is when, and where they'll strike next." Diana leaned against the wall, her claws flexing. "We need to take the fight to them before they have a chance to recover. Hit their allies, dismantle their network." Lucas frowned. "And leave the settlement undefended? That's exactly what they want." The tension in the room was palpable as the wolves debated their next move. Zoe raised a hand, silencing them. "We'll do both," she said firmly. "Strengthen the settlement's defenses and send scouts to track the Order's movements. If they make a move, we'll be ready." As the meeting concluded, a commotion outside the lodge drew Zoe's attention. Wolves gathered near the edge of the settlement, their growls and murmurs growing louder. Zoe pushed through the crowd, her claws extending instinctively as she reached the front. Standing in the clearing was a lone wolf, his dark fur matted and his glowing blue eyes filled with malice. "Alfa Zoe," the wolf said, his voice carrying an air of confidence. "I bring a message from the remnants of the Moonveil Order." "Speak," Zoe growled, her stance tense. The Order offers you one final chance, the wolf said. A duel. You, their so-called Alpha, against me. If you win, we'll leave this territory. But if you lose, the keystone is ours. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd. And why should I trust your word? Zoe demanded. The wolf smirked. Because you have no other choice. Refuse, and we'll bring the full force of the Order down upon your pack. You'll be overrun in days. Back in the council lodge, the pack debated the terms of the challenge. It's a trap, Lucas said, his tone sharp. They'll never honor their word. Maybe not, Andre replied, his expression thoughtful. But if we refuse, they'll attack anyway. At least this way, we control the terms. Zoe paced the room, her mind racing. If I accept, it has to be on our ground. The Moonveil wolves can't be allowed anywhere near the keystone. Dante nodded. A duel is a test of strength and honor. If they break the terms, it will show their true nature to any allies they still have. Diana smirked. And if they don't? We get to show them what real strength looks like. The duel was set to take place at Bloodstone Ridge, a location steeped in the pack's history. The jagged cliffs and open plateau provided a clear view of the surroundings, minimizing the risk of ambush. As dawn broke, Zoe led her pack to the ridge. The air was crisp, and the tension was palpable as the wolves formed a loose circle around the chosen battlefield. The challenger stood at the center, his stance relaxed but confident. His dark fur and glowing eyes marked him as a seasoned fighter, one who had likely risen through the Order's ranks, through brute force and cunning. Zoe stepped forward, her claws extending as she met his gaze. "Let's get this over with," she said. The challenger struck first, his claws slicing through the air with deadly precision. Zoe dodged, her movements fluid as she countered with a powerful swipe that caught him across the shoulder. The clash was brutal and unrelenting. Each strike carried the weight of their respective causes, the Order's ambition versus Zoe's determination to protect her pack. The challenger's strikes were wild, but powerful, forcing Zoe to rely on her speed and strategy. She moved with purpose, using his aggression against him to create openings for her attacks. "You fight well," the challenger sneered, blood dripping from a gash on his side. "But you can't stop the inevitable. The Order will rise again." Zoe growled, her emerald eyes blazing. "Not while I'm standing." The fight reached its climax as the challenger lunged at Zoe with a roar. She sidestepped at the last moment, her claws raking across his chest in a devastating blow. The challenger staggered, his glowing eyes dimming as he fell to his knees. Zoe stood over him, her chest heaving as she raised her claws for the final strike. "End it!" the challenger rasped, his voice filled with defiance. Zoe hesitated for only a moment before delivering the fatal blow. The challenger collapsed, his body still as the crowd erupted into howls of victory. Zoe turned to face her pack, her claws retracting as she addressed them. "We've sent a message today," she said, her voice strong. "The Order will learn that we won't bow, won't break, and won't be defeated." The pack howled in unison, their voices echoing across the ridge. As they returned to the settlement, Zoe felt the weight of the battle lift slightly from her shoulders. The fight wasn't over, but for the first time, she allowed herself to believe they could win. Chapter 35. Zoe's triumph, the duel at Bloodstone Ridge, had cemented Zoe's place as an alpha, not only to her pack, but also in the eyes of the Moonveil Order's remnants. The challenger's lifeless body lay as a stark testament to her resolve. The Order had been dealt another crushing blow, and with it, A glimmer of hope returned to the pack. As Zoe led her wolves back to the settlement, her mind churned with thoughts of what lay ahead. The Order's threat wasn't gone, but their power was fractured. She had proven her strength in battle, but the war was far from over. The settlement was alive with activity as the wolves welcomed their Alfa home. Howls of triumph echoed through the camp, the morale of the pack surging after weeks of tension and uncertainty. Lucas met Zoe at the gates, his expression a mixture of relief and pride. "You did it," he said simply. "It's not over," Zoe replied, though a faint smile crossed her lips. "But we've bought ourselves some time." Andre stepped forward, his gray eyes scanning her for injuries. "You're all right?" "Better than our friend at the ridge," Zoe quipped, her tone light despite the weight of the day. Andre smirked. He didn't stand a chance. Zoe called a meeting of her council that evening. The lodge was filled with a renewed sense of purpose as her advisors gathered around the central table. "Today was a victory," Zoe began, her emerald eyes sweeping over the room. "But we can't let it make us complacent. The Order is still out there, and we need to stay vigilant." Diana nodded, her claws tapping the table. "We've shaken them, but desperate wolves are dangerous. They'll lash out before they collapse completely." Dante pointed to the map spread before them. "Their network is crumbling, but it's not gone. If we move quickly, we can dismantle what's left and ensure they can't regroup." Lucas frowned. "And if we overreach? We can't leave the settlement vulnerable again." Zoe raised a hand, silencing the debate. "We'll strike strategically, one target at a time, and we'll make sure the settlement is secure before we move." As the council adjourned, Zoe lingered in the lodge, her thoughts heavy. Andre remained behind, his steady presence a source of comfort. "You've done more than anyone could have asked," he said, his voice quiet. Zoe turned to him, her emerald eyes reflecting the faint glow of the lunar keystone resting in its case. "It doesn't feel like enough. Not yet." Andre stepped closer, his gray eyes meeting hers. "You've united them, Zoe. Given them hope when they had none. That's more than enough." For a moment, the weight on her shoulders seemed to lessen. The pack's scouts brought troubling news the next morning. A small group of Moonveil wolves, led by none other than Anthony, had been spotted near the southern border. Zoe's blood ran cold at the name. She had thought him dead, struck down during their earlier confrontation at the Order stronghold. But now it seemed he had returned, a shadow of his former self, clinging to the remnants of his power. "He's not leading them anymore," one scout reported. "He's acting more like a desperate rogue. But he's still dangerous." Zoe nodded, her jaw tightening. "We end this. No more second chances." Zoe led a small team to the southern border, her determination burning like a flame. Andre, Diana, and Lucas flanked her, their loyalty unwavering. The air was thick with tension as they approached the clearing where Anthony's group had been seen. Anthony stood at the center, his dark eyes filled with rage and desperation. His once commanding presence was diminished, but the malice in his gaze was as sharp as ever. "So, you've come to finish the job," he sneered as Zoe stepped forward. "You made this choice, Anthony," Zoe said, her voice steady. "You betrayed your pack, your family, and everything we stood for." Anthony laughed bitterly. "Family? Pack? You're deluding yourself, Zoe. This world belongs to the strong, and I won't bow to you." "Then you'll fall," Zoe replied, her claws extending. The battle was swift and brutal. Anthony fought with the desperation of a cornered wolf, his strikes wild but powerful. Zoe met him blow for blow, her movements precise and controlled. Andre and Diana kept the remaining Moonveil wolves at bay, their combined skill proving too much for Anthony's fractured force. Lucas worked from the shadows, taking down stragglers with deadly efficiency. As the fight reached its climax, Zoe found her opening. With a roar of determination, she struck Anthony down, her claws slicing through his defenses. He staggered, collapsing to the ground with a snarl. "It's over," Zoe said, her voice filled with finality. Anthony's dark eyes met hers, defiance flickering one last time before the life faded from them. The remaining Moonveil wolves surrendered, their will to fight broken. Zoe and her team returned to the settlement with the captured wolves, their victory marking the end of the Moonveil Order's influence in the territory. Zoe stood before her pack, her emerald eyes blazing with pride and resolve. "This is our home," she said, "our future, and no one will take it from us." The pack howled in unison, their voices echoing through the night as they celebrated their triumph. In the days that followed, the pack began to rebuild, their spirits renewed. The lunar keystone remained under Zoe's protection, its power a symbol of their unity and strength. Andre approached Zoe one evening as she stood at the edge of the forest, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "You did it," he said, his voice soft. "We did it," Zoe replied, a faint smile crossing her lips. As the moon rose high in the sky, Zoe allowed herself a rare moment of peace. The battle was over, but her journey as Alfa was just beginning. Chapter 36. The Alfa ascends. The settlement was quiet in the early hours of dawn. The air carried the fresh scent of rain, and the first rays of sunlight painted the land in hues of gold and amber. The Moonveil Order had been vanquished, and Anthony's threat was no more. For the first time in weeks, the pack felt a sense of peace, though it was tempered by the losses they had endured. At the center of it all stood Zoe. The weight of leadership sat heavily on her shoulders, but it no longer felt like a burden. It was a part of her now, a mantle she wore with pride and purpose. As the sun rose higher, the pack gathered in the clearing near the council lodge. Wolves of all ranks stood together, their expressions filled with reverence and anticipation. At the heart of the gathering was the lunar keystone, its soft glow a reminder of the pack's legacy and their hard-fought victory. Dante, the eldest wolf and keeper of their traditions, stepped forward, his weathered face solemn. He held a ceremonial blade in his hands, its hilt adorned with symbols of the pack's ancestors. "Today," Dante began, his voice carrying over the assembly, "we honor the strength, courage, and sacrifice that has brought us to this moment. We honor Zoe, who has proven herself not only as a warrior but as a leader, a true Alfa." Zoe stepped forward, her emerald eyes scanning the faces of her packmates. She saw pride, trust, and unwavering loyalty reflected back at her. Dante turned to her, holding out the blade. "Kneel, Zoe." She obeyed, bowing her head as the weight of the moment settled over her. "With this blade," Dante continued, "I invoke the blessing of our ancestors. May their wisdom guide you, their strength empower you, and their spirit unite you with your pack." He touched the blade lightly to Zoe's shoulders, then placed it in her hands. "Rise, Alfa Zoe," Dante said, his voice filled with emotion. Zoe stood, the blade held firmly in her grip. The pack erupted into howls, their voices echoing through the forest as they celebrated their new Alfa. After the ceremony, Zoe retreated to the edge of the clearing, needing a moment to process the enormity of what had just occurred. The lunar keystone sat nearby, its glow steady and reassuring. Andre joined her, his gray eyes warm as he approached. "It suits you," he said, gesturing to the ceremonial blade she still held. Zoe smiled faintly, her fingers tracing the symbols etched into the hilt. "It doesn't feel real yet." "It will," Andre replied. "You've earned this, Zoe. Every step, every fight, you've proven you're exactly who this pack needs." She looked at Hadsaim, her emerald eyes softening. "I couldn't have done it without you, without all of you." Andre's gaze held hers for a moment, his expression unreadable. "You're not alone, Zoe. You never will be." As the day continued, the pack celebrated with feasting, storytelling, and music. Wolves shared tales of bravery and survival, their laughter and howls filling the air with a sense of hope. Diana approached Zoe, a smirk on her face. "Not bad for someone who once refused to lead." Zoe chuckled, shaking her head. "I didn't exactly have a choice." "No," Diana agreed. "But you made the right one, and we're all better for it." Lucas joined them, his sharp eyes twinkling with mischief. "You know, you're not getting out of border patrol just because you're Alpha now." Zoe rolled her eyes. "I'll leave that to you, Lucas. You've got the perfect temperament for it." The banter was light, but beneath it was an unspoken truth. They were a family, bound together by loyalty and love. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Dante approached Zoe near the council lodge. His expression was serious, his tone measured. "There's something you need to know," he said. Zoe's brow furrowed. "What is it?" "The Order may be gone," Dante began, "but their ideology remains. There will always be those who seek power at any cost. The keystone is safe for now, but it will always be a target." Zoe nodded, her jaw tightening. "Then we'll be ready. Whatever comes next, we'll protect it." Dante placed a hand on her shoulder, his gaze heavy with the weight of years. "Remember, Zoe, the strength of an Alpha lies not in power, but in the bonds they forge. Trust your pack, and they will never let you fall." That night, Zoe stood beneath the stars, the cool night air brushing against her skin. The lunar keystone pulsed faintly nearby, its glow a constant presence. Andre joined her once again, his steps quiet as he approached. "You should be celebrating," he said. Zoe smiled faintly. "I needed a moment. There's so much still to do." Andre nodded. "There always will be, but you don't have to do it alone." Zoe turned to face him, her emerald eyes bright with determination. "I know. And together we'll make sure this pack thrives." She raised her gaze to the stars, her voice steady as she spoke aloud. "I vow to protect this pack, this land, and the legacy of our ancestors. Whatever comes, we will face it as one." The wind carried her words into the night, a promise etched into the fabric of the forest. The pack was safe, united, and ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. And at their center was Zoe, an Alpha who had proven her strength, her courage, and her unwavering commitment to her pack. As the howls of her wolves echoed through the forest, Zoe stood tall, her heart filled with purpose. The battle had been won, but her journey was far from over. For she was not just an Alpha, she was a guardian, a leader, and a beacon of hope, and her story was only just beginning.